Right. All right. Good morning, everybody. It is October 14th. We're calling to order this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that all members of this board are present. At this point, I'm going to turn to council to see if we have any additions or corrections to closed session.
No additions or corrections, Chair.
All right. So we have items number 1, A through C this morning on our closed session agenda. We'll turn to see if there's any public comment on those closed session items. I do see one hand up. It looks like a Renee G. Renee, we'll go ahead and give you the floor for 2 minutes to share your comments on our closed session agenda. Renee? I can see you're unmuted, but we can't hear you, Renee.
Hello? Hello?
Renee? Renee?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, no, this is Sharon Campbell.
Okay, Sharon, we're on our closed session agenda. Is there an item you'd like to speak to on our closed session agenda?
Oh, I don't think so. I think it's for public comment.
Okay, that'll be around 10:30 this morning. Thank you.
Okay.
Seeing nobody on Zoom, nobody coming forward in the room, we'll go ahead and close our public comment on our closed session agenda and recess the Board of Supervisors to closed session. We will reconvene here in chambers at 10:30 a.m. All right, good morning, everybody. Looking at our agenda here, it looks like I have all 5 members of the board present. So with that, I'm going to reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors for October 14th. I'm going to ask Jordi, our Spanish interpreter, to announce the services available via Zoom at this moment. Jordi, would you make that announcement, please?
Muy buenos días a todos los hispanoparlantes. Por favor, si tienen un comentario público al llegar al podio, por favor hablen claramente y en porciones para poder hacer la traducción. Les interrumpiré para poder traducir. Muchas gracias. Buen día a todos.
All right, Supervisor Alejo, do you mind leading us in the pledge this morning since you're standing?
Yes. We all rise for our nation's pledge. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll turn to the clerk at this point and see if we have any additions or corrections to this morning's agenda.
There is one, and that is to remove item number 23 under the consent agenda for the Health Department. And this is at the request of the department to remove the item, and it'll be brought back at a later time.
Okay, so any issues with that from the board? Public? Seeing none, we'll consider that item removed from this morning's agenda and proceed. I've got ceremonial resolutions next, which consists of items 2 through 7. Is there a member of this board who wishes to remove a resolution this morning for comment or questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Seeing nobody coming forward, no hands up via Zoom. I'll bring it back and take a motion from Alejo and a second from Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. All right, with that, I'm going to come down and make the first presentation. I'll be followed by Supervisor Alejo and then Supervisor Askew. If I could get Rod and Darrell up front to join me. I'm going to hand you that. So this is the Employee Giving Campaign for 2025 kickoff. We have an extremely generous bunch of folks that make up the county family here in Monterey County. And we have so many different things we're passionate about that we want to give back to. And I see everything from taco fundraisers to burrito days to baked goods sales. They're all our own way of giving back to a community that we love that has given us so much beyond the service that we serve our community in every day in the capacities with our official titles. There's a commitment from this workforce of over 5,000 people to the people of our communities in unique ways, whether it's through a passion for the libraries, passion for the aquarium. And our community shows up every single year. So we wanted to take a moment today to pause and allow some of our leaders and champions this morning to share a little bit with us about the efforts happening this year and how folks can participate.
I'm honored to have with me today my giving campaign co-chair, Daryl McGowan from the Child Support Department head, and also the president and CEO of the United Way of Monterey, Katie Castagna. There you go. Had to get that right. She told me that it's like lasagna, Castagna. We'll get that correct. So the theme of this year's employee giving campaign is called Seeds of Hope. And that reminds us that even the smallest act of giving can grow into something extraordinary. So from October 20th to November 21st, 2025, we invite all of the employees of the County of Monterey to join us in planting the seeds that help build a stronger, healthier, and more compassionate Monterey County. So let's grow together. This year's campaign once again will include a variety of fun and meaningful ways to give back, including, as mentioned earlier, bake sales, potato sales drive, a spare change collection, and of course our ever popular online basket auction. And most importantly, giving through automatic payroll deduction. An announcement will be going out to all employees this Friday with information on how to give and instructions on how to bid on the online auction for baskets, which begins on the 20th. So everybody, check that and get ready to bid on these fantastic baskets. So this year, we ask all employees to join us in our goal of achieving at least 600 county employees making a pledge to give through payroll deduction and plant a seed of hope in our community. So giving is simple. Enrolling in automatic payroll deduction is now as easy as 1, 2, 3. Just log in through the SharePoint portal and select the nonprofits you'd like to support. Whether you give a little or a lot, your donation directly benefits the nonprofit foundations serving the County of Monterey, organizations that are making a real difference right in the gardens of our own backyard. So, be a grower of impact. Your role in spreading awareness and encouraging participation to all of your coworkers is so important as we engage in this campaign. Daryl?
Good morning, everyone. So I appreciate the Board of Supervisors for recognizing this. Thank you so much. I also want to recognize the hundreds of department coordinators across the county. So these are actually our true backbones of the campaign. These coordinators inspire all of us by promoting awareness and encouraging participation, whether it's a small, consistent monthly donation or even a one-time donation. So every dollar counts in helping those seeds flourish and changing lives. And I also want to give a shout out to the incredible members of our core planning committee. So we have Sandra Silver, Geraldo Perez, Melissa Fanning, Marcela Barbosa, Melissa Sanchez, as well as our indispensable partners from United Way, Katie Castagna, Crystal Lopez, and Linda Patrick. So thank you so much for your support, and I'm going to hand it off to Katie.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. On behalf of United Way Monterey County, I just want to say how proud we are to work with the county on this campaign to help facilitate philanthropy and investment in our own community. Feeling good about giving is what happens when you give locally, when you invest in community partners and solutions that are making our lives better here in Monterey County. So we're so proud of the local connection, the multi-level partnership with the county, the generosity of county employees, and the visionary leadership of our supervisors as well as our campaign leadership. I want to just conclude with a thought related to the theme this year. It reminds me of a Chinese proverb about when is the best time to plant a tree. The first best time is 20 years ago. But if not 20 years ago, today is the next best time to plant a tree. So by participating in the campaign and investing in our local community and the nonprofits that serve it, today is the best time to start planting trees for the future. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for all being here today. I know we have a lot of VIPs in the room. For my friends from CSAC to our Salinas Police Chief, thank you for joining us, and our other city dedicated city staff from the city of Salinas. I'm up here today to once again present a resolution recognizing every October 12th as Indigenous Peoples Day in Monterey County. And every year we also recognize an outstanding organization that serves our Indigenous communities. I've done this for the last 9 years, and I think we've acknowledged all our tribal leaders from the Monterey Bay Area. But now we've been also recognizing organizations who continue to serve our Indigenous populations in our county. Last year, it was Centro Binacional, but this year I'm proud to call up my friend Jesus Lopez of California Rural Legal Assistance Indigenous Program. If you could come up, Jesus. And we also have Norma Ventura, who is the program director of the CRLA Indigenous Program. She's based out of Fresno. And and she'll be speaking in just a bit. But I just wanted to read part of this resolution. First of all, we want to start by just recognizing that the Monterey Bay Area is home to the Ohlone Kosanoan, Esselen, Rumsian, Salinan, and the Amamutsin nations, and other indigenous people as well. But this resolution just recognizes that indigenous nations have lived upon these lands since time immemorial, and we value the progress our society has achieved through the contributions of indigenous people in technology, business, law, medicine, education, the arts, and the United States Armed Forces, just to name a few. The County of Monterey understands that to help and heal the close the wounds incurred throughout our nation's history, government entities should change policies and practices to reflect the experience of indigenous peoples and uplift our county's indigenous roots, history, and contributions. Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by the Delegation of Native Nations to the United Nations, sponsored by the International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas. Now on CRLA, California Rural Legal Assistance Indigenous Program stands as a sole legal services initiative in California dedicated exclusively to protecting the legal rights of indigenous Latino American communities. They also advocate for language access rights of indigenous communities by delivering legal support, multilingual outreach, and comprehensive training to state agencies and service providers. These efforts aim to ensure meaningful and equitable access to essential services for indigenous populations in California. Through its Language Justice Initiative and Indigenous Program, CRLA actively works to eliminate language barriers and promote the availability of critical services, including healthcare and government programs in indigenous languages such as Mixteco, Triqui, Zapoteco, among others. The Indigenous Program team serves the community through a comprehensive approach, including direct legal services, outreach efforts, know your rights trainings, and systemic impact litigation throughout rural California. So therefore, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims every October 12th as Indigenous Peoples Day in Monterey County and encourages all our residents to participate in appropriate observances with activities to celebrate and commemorate Indigenous peoples. The County of Monterey also commends California Rural Legal Assistance Indigenous Program for its legal rights and language rights advocacy on behalf of indigenous communities throughout Monterey County and rural California. With that, it is my honor to present this to a longtime mentor, Jesus Lopez. He's been a community worker here in Salinas for almost 4 decades, 36 years come December. But who's counting, right, Jesus? And when I was a young law student at UC Davis School of Law, my first summer, I got a fellowship to come right here to Salinas on Williams Road to serve this community. When I graduated, I said, this is the nonprofit law office I'm going to come work for, because they had an outstanding group of lawyers, legal secretaries, community workers, paralegals. And so it's been when I finished law school, I came to work to do just that at the Watsonville office. So with that, we want to present this to you, Jesus, and we want to commend CRLA for all the great work you do on behalf of indigenous peoples. I just want to say that even our county, we recently have a referral so that we could expand our language access to our county health clinics, and that's going to come to us next week. But it's all because of these advocacy efforts that have happened to help us better serve the community and provide greater services to them as well. So I think we're going to hear first from Norma Ventura on Zoom, and then we'll pass you the mic, Jesus.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Norma Ventura. I am a Mixteca. I speak Mixteco, Spanish, and English. I am an immigrant who grew up working in the fields alongside her parents. I am also an attorney, and I direct the Indigenous Justice Program at California Rural Legal Assistance, CRLA. On behalf of the Indigenous Justice Program and CRLA, I am honored to receive this recognition from Monterey County. Indigenous Latin Americans, particularly those living in rural California, face intersecting systems of oppression rooted in colonization, racism, and language discrimination. Indigenous Latin Americans often experience profound barriers to assert their rights and access basic services. Public systems and institutions frequently fail to provide interpretation in Indigenous languages, recognize unique cultural contexts, or build trust with communities that have historically been oppressed, displaced, and excluded. Monolingual Indigenous language speakers are often denied critical information and services in courts, hospitals, schools, and social service systems, resulting in violations of basic rights and protections. It's been documented that Latino subgroups and Indigenous Latin Americans experience disparate health and life outcomes based on differences in ethnicity, culture, and language. The disparate health and life outcomes are especially evident for Indigenous Latin Americans who speak over 560 different Indigenous languages. Indigenous workers, many of whom labor in low-wage, high-risk industries, face exploitation and retaliation with little access to redress. Students from Indigenous families regularly encounter discrimination and bullying in school settings that are ill-equipped to support their languages or cultural identities. Moreover, current policy and advocacy frameworks frequently fail to include Indigenous perspectives, reinforce a monolingual Spanish-speaking narrative, and sideline Indigenous leadership. Without culturally and linguistically appropriate services, sustained investment in Indigenous-led advocacy, and structural reforms that honor Indigenous autonomy, California's Indigenous communities remain systematically disenfranchised. Yet these same communities carry a legacy of resistance and knowledge that must be supported, not silenced, in the fight for justice. Since its founding, CRLA's Indigenous Justice Program has worked alongside Indigenous Latin American communities in rural California to confront the systemic racism, linguicism, and anti-Indigenous bias harming these communities. The program centers self-determination, cultural resilience, and language justice as core strategies for equity. Through legal advocacy, leadership development, and policy change, the program challenges exclusionary systems and builds pathways for Indigenous Latin American communities to access rights and shape their futures. In a state where Indigenous Latin Americans are often erased in data, policy, and public discourse, this program creates a space for Indigenous leadership and community-based solutions. Together, we are reclaiming space for Indigenous voices and leadership in the struggle for justice and dignity. This month, we celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day because it's a day that recognizes the resilience of Indigenous people and affirms our place in the present and the future, not just the past. Today's recognition is a counterpoint to the ongoing realities of colonization, invisibility, and erasure Indigenous communities face in this country and across the world. For taking this important stance against these oppressive realities, we thank the County of Monterey. Thank you. Gracias. Shindavi Nindu.
All right, give a round of applause to Ms. Ventura. Thank you for your leadership. And now we'll pass the mic to Jesus Lopez, one of the longest, I think the longest serving employee at CRLA now. He has the record, and Jesus is a resident of Greenfield and very involved in his community. So we could give Jesus Lopez a big round of applause as well.
Well, thank you, Luis. Good morning. I just want to share with you a couple of things under my experience. 1991, I found 700 Indigenous farm workers living in caves on the Prunedale area. I was so desperate to communicate with them, to tell them don't drink the water coming from the irrigation pipes, not to take showers in the reservoirs. I was very desperate myself, tell them that. But now I can tell you, California Rural Legal Assistance, in our organization, we have a couple of co-workers speak different languages. And as you know, I'm very proud to say we have Norma as an attorney coming from the Indigenous community and to lead the community work Indigenous program. The second thing I want to share with you, as soon as I wake up this morning, I heard in the news, Monterey County have the program translation and all the services. And to me, we must be very proud of the Board of Supervisors in the Monterey County to have the services for our community. Thank you.
All right, Jesus, thank you. I'm going to take a photo.
All right. That was a great presentation. Thank you. First up, I want to invite, in honor of International E-Waste Day, a resolution for Veterans Transition Center and the Last Chance Mercantile and the Region Monterey. So I think we have Freya Reed, who's our CEO of the VTC Last Chance Mercantile, Jill Goodpasture, who's our Last Chance Mercantile COO, is Kristen O'Hare, is with us from Region Monterey, our communications manager, and Kurt Shockey from the VTC, our CEO. So let's give you this to hold. So today is International E-Waste Day, which is a global initiative to raise awareness about the growing challenge of electronic waste and the importance of sustainable practices that extend the life of valuable materials. And I'm really proud, as a member of the Region Board and a resident of Marina, where VTC is located, to highlight and celebrate the outstanding work of the incredible team at Second Chance Mercantile and Region Monterey, who are leading the way in diverting e-waste from our landfills and giving electronics a second life while keeping them out of our landfills. I've had the privilege of witnessing their innovation and dedication and the contribution to the strategic vision for waste diversion, not just in Monterey County, but across the state, with recognitions recently being awarded for the incredible work that's happening. This work is personal to me, and I think so many of our decisions that we make here on the board are not for today and for ourselves, but really about thinking about future generations and ensuring that we are creating a sustainable future for our kids, grandkids, and future kids that come into this world. So thank you for your work. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your dedication. And thank you for just sharing the vision of a more sustainable future. But I'll pass the mic over for comments.
You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Askew and the entire Monterey Board of Supervisors for this incredible honor on behalf of the folks at Regen, the veterans and supporting team at Veterans Transition Center, and most importantly, the hardworking and hopeful staff of Last Chance Mercantile. For 4 years since VTC won the Last Chance contract, we've been building the airplane while we fly it. Building and educating a team that can recognize, value, and sell stuff. Building a warehouse and yard with infrastructure, organization, and style to make the reuse shopping experience educational, creative, efficient, and compelling. Building relationships with our customers, many of whom rely on our community-focused pricing, like our $1 baby and children's clothes, $1 children's books, low-cost sporting and camping equipment, construction materials, and furniture. Building relationships with businesses, cities, and institutions in the community to support and promote reuse. Building systems to efficiently track each item we sell. Our team of 15 received, sorted, processed, priced, and sold 241,687 items, diverting over 600 tons in the last 12 months. Right on. Building a jobs program for veterans in VTC's programs, doing our best to support them with the dignity they deserve. For us, the whole experience has been a practice in hope and perseverance. There have been numerous challenges along the way, yet our team remains committed to its mission, simply expressed, people, planet. Again, thank you, supervisors, for this great acknowledgement. We have had our heads down cranking for over 4 years now, and we're almost there. What help do we need? We need $10,000 to rebuild a security fence on our west wall. We need $2,500 for a new walkie stacker forklift. We need $1,000 for a new internet installation, and we need $35,000 per year for our veterans' jobs program salaries. We continue to work on grants when we can and are able to self-fund grants for all of the above listed items. But every dollar diverted is a dollar that the amazing programs in VTC could use toward its amazing programs: housing, case management, food pantry, and more, especially in this current political environment. We are stewards of Last Chance Mercantile, a nationally renowned institution. We take our work to heart. By recognizing this work today, you also recognize the importance of collaboration across the boundaries of institutions, politics, and economics. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. We'll take a quick photograph over here. We got to stand at the right spot. But as we do that, I just want to acknowledge and recognize that Regen is the landfill that serves 3 of our districts here in Monterey County directly. Marina, so District 4, myself, District 5, Supervisor Daniels, and District 2, Supervisor Church. So, and recognition of the whole county. Thank you, guys. All right, and then next up, I've got one more presentation. We've got 2 resolutions, but I'm going to invite up, and I see Teddy Black in the back somewhere, from the Seaside Blue Ribbon Task Force and also CAF's board of director. We've got Jose Areola from the city of Salinas, CAF's board, thank you. Reina Alcala from Sun Street Centers, who's on the board of CAF, possibly. Come on all the way up. Yeah, we're gonna stand here together. I don't want to stand alone. Joaquin Hernandez, Director of Operations from Harmony at Home. Also CAF's board of directors. Vicky Law, Executive Director from Partners for Peace, who's on the CASP board, Brisa Salcido, Administrative Aide for CASP in the city of Salinas, and my colleague, Supervisor Alejo, who serves on the CASP board. Come join us, please, if you wouldn't mind. And we're gonna, this resolution is in honor of violence prevention on the occasion of International Day of Nonviolence. So this, I'm gonna give you this one to hold, and I'll give you this one to hold. So thank you all for joining us here and giving us the opportunity to celebrate the work that that CASP and Seaside Blue Ribbon Task Force are doing to promote and support nonviolence in our community. So every year on October 2nd, in honor of Mahatma Gandhi, the International Day of Nonviolence serves as a global reminder of the power of peace, unity, and community-driven solutions in addressing conflict and promoting human dignity. In that spirit, we wanted to take a moment to recognize the incredible work that's being done by Seaside's Blue Ribbon Task Force and, for decades now, the Salinas Community Alliance for Safety and Peace. These groups exemplify what it means to come together across sectors, government, law enforcement, school districts, cities, nonprofits, businesses, to build safer, more resilient neighborhoods. Really making sure that we're meeting our families and kids where they're at and providing them with what they need when they need it. It's really very simple when you get to the bottom of it. The work goes beyond surface solutions. It's really community rolling up their sleeves to tackle the root causes of violence, such as poverty, trauma, lack of opportunity, and doing that work with compassion, collaboration, and a deep commitment to change in our community. So these resolutions are small but sincere expression of the appreciation that we have for you, that we have for those who came before you, for the work that you continue to do, and representing all those who sit at those 7 a.m. CAST meetings and those 3 p.m. task force meetings to ensure that our community is safe for everyone. So please, thank you for being here, and I will give you each a chance to comment. I did want to say that the next CASP meeting is tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., and there are folks who've been meeting at CASP since it started almost 20 years ago now, 7 a.m. Once a month, and even through the pandemic, because the care and the commitment to the community runs so deep. So I'll pass the mic over to you for comment.
That's right. Thank you for that plug on the next CAST meeting. The Community Alliance for Safety and Peace is a product of two committees coming together in the September of 2008. It was a county community safety committee and the Community Safety Alliance out of the city of Salinas, who recognized a lot of the same people who were coming to the meetings and decided to merge under the backbone of the Monterey County Children's Council and become the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace. We are a cross-sector collective impact organization that's been working to reduce violence under now 3, going on 4 consecutive strategic plans on violence reduction. Our efforts have been, I think, just absolutely incredible because we've brought together so many different agencies that are working together and have been learning the same thing about how to do violence prevention well over such a very long period of time. We've been meeting twice a month going back to 2008, continuously, even through the pandemic. We've added a virtual option now as a result of that. But it was a youth violence problem when we started. And it was the biggest single problem facing Salinas and the county of Monterey. And that is no longer the case, and we are very proud of that. Absolutely. Yes. The data shows that thousands and thousands of fewer youth now experience the pain and trauma of violence and or death that impacts our communities. And we will continue that work, and it's been just an incredible community effort that we're very proud of. And up here is the board of directors. In 2013, we established our very first board of directors, which is always chaired by the mayor of Salinas and a member of the county board of supervisors, and that's currently Supervisor Alejo. Thank you for your service to the board, Supervisor. We continue to go strong, we continue to meet, and we continue to push forward our plan. But I just want the county to recognize this historic reinvestment in youth and youth services over this last 17 years. Our schools look dramatically different. The services offered mostly for free in terms of the performing arts, the athletics available to our youth, the opportunities. I remember so clearly when I arrived here to CASP and started working in 2013, the refrain was from community, there's nothing to do for our kids. And there's no way anybody could say that now in Salinas and Monterey County. There's so much going on, and we need to do more. We can't take our foot off the gas.
Thank you so much. It's been incredible watching the evolution of CASP come together. And Teddy, would you like to make any comments about Seaside?
Yes. The Youth Violence Prevention Task Force, it was created in 2014. And at that time, we were experiencing a really, really high volume of crime in our community where there was homicides and a lot of gang violence. And it was just a lot of disorganization going on in our community. This task force has been together. We've been meeting once a month, even through the pandemic, since 2014. Since that time, we've curtailed a lot of the violence. There's a lot of boots on the ground. And just being able to network with so many wonderful people, so many people in our community that have the same passion and drive that the task force has is just amazing. Our city itself has not experienced one gang homicide since we've opened up the Seaside Youth Resource Center. That's 10 years ago. And so that's huge. And one homicide is too many. Violence is down, crime is down. We still have a lot of work to do. I'm not saying that, that those options are not off the table. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of things for youth to do, like Jose mentioned, and we are keeping our foot on the gas pedal. We are putting the intervention and prevention in place, and we have so many people invested in what we do, and that's what makes the difference.
Well, thank you both for being here. And thank you all to all of those. I was thinking about Charlotte Noyes and Rosemary Soto, who just so many people over the past years who've made commitments to these work and showed up at so many of these meetings. All of that collectively clearly has moved the needle on improving outcomes for kids and families. So thank you guys.
Merged. All right, now that we've got the board settled back in, we're going to jump into appointments. I've got 2 of those on today's calendar. Is there a member of the public who wishes to pull an item from our appointments this morning for comments, questions, or alternative action? Seeing nobody coming forward, no hands raised, I'll bring it back to the board. Got a motion from Alejo, second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. Now we're at our consent calendar, items 21 through 36. Is there a member of the public who wishes to pull an item from consent this morning? I see nobody raising their hand via Zoom. We do have somebody coming forward in the room.
My name's Eloise Shim, and I wanted to pull the one about the adding the extra money to the mental health services for schools and nonviolent instruction. And I just wanted to comment that there's a budget of $250,000 that is going towards mental health and nonviolence in the schools. And it's a lot of the taxpayer money. And when I was in high school, we had a boys and a girls dean for behavior issues. We had a nurse who would give us an aspirin if we were feeling ill. But the worst infraction was smoking in the bathroom. Now, in the last month in Salinas, you have 2 youth, 18 to 19, shot dead. One in the face, one shot in the face, one shot in the back. They weren't killed. And parents, they need to take responsibility for their children. They can't expect the school district or the schools to raise their children. Their children need to be learning the ABCs and the 1, 2, 3s because 17% of the 3rd graders in Salinas are not reading at grade level in the 3rd grade. So parents need to stop blaming COVID, ICE, and all other exterior influences for their child's mental health. Thank you.
All right, any other members of the public at this point? See nobody coming forward, no hands via Zoom. I'll bring it back to the board. Is there a member of this board who wishes to remove an item from consent for comment, question, or alternative action? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve consent? Motion from Alejo.
Second.
Second from Daniels. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. With that, we've arrived at general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to, sorry, got my agenda twisted there. We do have general public comment at this time. It's an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body. We invite folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom, *9 via landline to be recognized. It should be at the bottom of your screen in the reactions tab if you're looking for it. And if you're in the room, we'll invite you to come forward now. We'll allow 2 minutes per speaker. I'll go with folks in the room first, and then we'll go to folks on Zoom.
Good morning, Monterey County Board of Supervisors. My name is Lisa Lewis, and I'm a resident of Seaside. I'm here to speak on behalf of a woman who is not here and the injustice that has been displayed towards her in the past 5 months. This woman, because of confidentiality, I will not release her name, but she was removed from her home, which was understood by the family. And in that, it was told to the family that she would be able to return. In 5 short months, not only was she removed, all of her personal belongings, everything in her house was thrown into the trash, including these two flags. This is the flag from her first husband who died in active duty, draped over his coffin. We pulled that out the garbage. This was another flag of her second husband who served. It was thrown in the garbage along with the Purple Hearts. His uniform that she was holding on to, along with the pictures of her marriage to him. Everything was just disregarded. This woman's legacy was just thrown away with no respect. Public guardian and her legal team from the public defenders didn't even allow her an opportunity to come back to her home and retrieve some of her belongings. This woman has no idea that her house is being put on the market for sale and all of her stuff has been destroyed. I think that these two departments need to be honest with this woman. They owe her an explanation for what they have done to her, and they owe her an apology for disrespecting her husband's flag and the way that they have done her. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have staff follow up with you. Please be on the lookout. We'll have somebody come out and greet you out there to make sure we get your contact information so we can get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew
has your contact? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'd like to just take a moment and thank everybody here in the room and all the amazing nonprofits we saw today. On behalf of the nonprofits in Monterey County who work tirelessly to help our citizens and our community, I want to show my appreciation and express all the appreciation of the nonprofits who are not here today of the Monterey County Employee Giving Program. Thank you for allowing to uplift the community and being in solidarity to our sector. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come forward.
Good morning. How you doing this morning? I'm here. The lady that Lisa Lewis is talking about is my mother. And we've been part of this community for over 60 years. My mother worked hard for the county, you know, and she helped build this community, donated her whole life to this community. My father died in Vietnam for this country. And for them to do her like that is it's ridiculous. We got over 60 years of stuff that was thrown away that's sentimental stuff that can never be replaced. And I think it's just terrible, you know, that this has happened, you know, and this is ridiculous. I mean, nobody that's part of this community deserves that, that's been helped build this community, love Monterey County, you know, and for them to do that, it's ridiculous. That's all I got to say. It's terrible, and something should really be done about this so it won't happen to no one else, you know. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? All right, seeing nobody coming forward, we're going to go to Zoom. I've got 3 hands up at this point. I see Renee G. Renee, we'll go ahead and give you the floor.
Hi, my name is Sharon, and I'm speaking on behalf of my grandmother. My dad and my mom was just there speaking. I want to recognize you guys. Thank you guys for having this meeting. I feel like it's really disrespectful for the county to disregard my grandma's anything. She was poorly represented by the district attorney's office. I mean, really poorly. I was appalled by the things that they were saying in the courthouse. I am asking if anything can be put back on calendar, if anybody could tell us motions or like petitions that we could file to stop these things, because my grandma's sitting in a home. She doesn't know anything that's going on, but like our family's whole legacy was wiped away. And if it wasn't for a phone call, we wouldn't have known what was going on, period. And it was really too late at that point. I mean, we have family pictures. My grandpa's, like, my mom had to dig my grandpa's flags out. Her wedding rings are gone from her husband's. My great grandma, which is her mother, who passed away, all her things that we had, the signature the signature books, all that was just wiped away, gone. And it really does mess with me. It really does, like, it hurts me, because now we have to go see my grandmother and deal with her mental state. And nobody took into consideration of her mental state. I honestly feel like somebody should have had her go to her home to pick out what she wanted or what she didn't want. I'm not saying the reason why she was moved from the house. I'm not disregarding none of that. But what I am saying is I feel like it was boundaries that were crossed, lines that were crossed that shouldn't have been crossed. I just feel like something needs to be done. And like my dad said, I don't want this to happen to another family. I really, really don't, because it's nothing. I just feel like it shouldn't happen to another family. I just want to bring recognition of what was done to her.
Thank you.
That's all.
We're going to go to Catherine next. Catherine?
Hi, good morning. Thank you. And I just love hearing all the help from the nonprofits. That's a wonderful thing. However, we have a huge problem in Monterey County, and it's called corruption. None of you are addressing the corruption. We've spoke to you about it several times. All 5 supervisors have heard directly about the corruption in our local cannabis industry and about the early role of Jimmy Panetta donors and consultant Flasha Fielding will in shaping it. Some of this was already documented in 2019 when journalist Royal Calkins reported in Voices of Monterey Bay on the Nader Aha lawsuit versus Grupo Flor Mustafa Mike Bitar, a case that cracked open the inside game. You guys were reminded of the local players that you refused to name. Tony, the Sicilian florist, Grupo Flor's Monterey partner, Ricky Cabrera, Don Chapin's cannabis partner, and big ag labor contractor who donated to Panetta and supplied him with free office space and a custom desk, never reported to the FEC. And we reminded you guys that the board promised Monterey County oversight of the cannabis corruption. That promise remained unfulfilled. No public corruption briefings, no audits, no accountability. All you guys want to do is fail the residents of Monterey County. You're not helping with this issue, and there are recent shootings that are violent. I'm glad the chief of Salinas Police Department is there, because we need to do something. We've had shootings very prominent in the last couple of months, and no one's doing anything about that either.
Thank you, Catherine. We're going to go to Thermal. I think that's Thermal Runaway. We'll go ahead and give you the floor.
Thank you. Yep, it's me again. So I asked this question, and I'm going to ask it again. You, Chris, and Wendy received an email from Richard Stedman with the Monterey Bay Air Regional District, and it said that the minimum risk level for the amount of HF that people were exposed to at the battery fire was 0.2 or 0.02 versus the occupational standard, which you guys use. So I want to understand from Chris and Wendy, because you were the only board of supervisors on the email, why was that standard ignored that was given to you by Richard Stedman? And by the way, the occupational standard is for employees who are informed and consent to that risk. The people, the public, were not. You know, a lot of us are immunocompromised. Some people are pregnant. There's children. So there's a lot of reasons why that standard shouldn't have been used. Additionally, the data from CTEH is grouped up into 24-hour averages, but we were looking at 1-hour standards. So is it possible for you guys to ask for there to be more granular data released? I know that they have to have it. Additionally, the EPA air monitoring data for the morning of the 18th is still missing. They have not given it yet. And in fact, a public community member has put in a request for it back in May, and they had to file 2 appeals. And the last appeal just got an extension to October 31st. And I want to point out, if it was available online, they would have sent it to us. It's not available. They lied to us at the last meeting, and we're unhappy about that. And I would really like it if CTEH could come and present on what they did with the wipe sample data, because there's no analysis done. I know you guys posted the data and the county says it's not their job, but I do feel there needs to be some explanation on what that wipe data they collected means, because a lot of us community members have wipe data and we would like to know how it's being used for the purpose of the fire. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands up online. So at this point, we'll close public comment, bring it back. We'll jump into our first scheduled matter this morning, which is a presentation. It says here Graham Noss, but I'm assuming that Paul Danchik is going to give that presentation. So I'll turn it over to Paul from CSAC to share with us a little bit about the California Counties Foundation and the Bill Chai Institute for Excellence in County Government.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. Mr. Canal sends his regrets for not joining us today. He had other travel that pulled him away. Chair Lopez, supervisors, I want to thank you for your leadership and vision in being able to host an institute campus within Monterey County, and that's certainly with CAO De La Rosa's guidance as well to be able to provide that service. Every time I come to Monterey, I feel like I'm among friends. Supervisor Lopez, I want to thank you for the work that you continue to give back to CSAC and the foundation through presentations and counsel. Supervisor Alejo is our vice president for the CSAC Foundation. Thank you for serving in that capacity. Supervisor Root Askew is a long-serving board member of the foundation. Supervisor Daniels went through the New Supervisors Institute and is going to be recognized today as a graduate for the executive credential. Supervisor Church, you attended the New Supervisors Institute a couple years ago as well. All those layers make a big difference in our work, and we see it in a variety of ways. I want to give a special thanks to CAO De La Rosa for her guidance on the foundation's board. Certainly our work wouldn't be possible with the many contributions that you and the rest of the board provide to be able to shape what we do on the foundation side of the house. Functionally, the CSAC Foundation is separate from CSAC proper. If Mr. Canals was here, he would talk about the legislative side of the house, which CSAC advocates on your behalf every day. On our side of the house, it's a foundation of recognizing that there's other services that need to be provided that are outside of the scope of what CSAC is charged to do. About 40 years ago, the foundation was created to do just that. In 2008, if we fast forward the start date from when the foundation was created to the work that we're doing now and what we're here to be able to celebrate. The Institute was created in 2008 as a way to be able to support counties where they are in the professional development work. At that time, CAO from Napa County, Bill Sheehan, said, hey, counties do a really great job on helping folks on the management side of the house as they're assuming management and leadership roles as supervisors over their teams. And there's an opportunity to be able to lean more heavily on the leadership side of the house, of recognizing that what we do within public service means and looks different than those management skills that got us to where we are. The CSAC Institute was then created as a way to support elected officials and senior leaders within administrative ranks to be able to help them grow where they are. We know that the Institute continues to make huge impacts and huge gains. Over the last fiscal year, we had 122 different courses that we offered, which is really remarkable. With that, about 4,000 total enrollments. Those aren't unique users, but it gives you a scope on the need across the state for this type of service to be able to support county efforts. We have 7 campuses as far north as Humboldt County, as far south as Riverside County this year, and then east and west, Monterey County to Inyo County. What we know and recognize is that in these dynamics that we have today, particularly given all of the fiscal constraints that we have, the need is still there, yet coming to Sacramento is virtually unrealistic for most folks over this 10-course period. So coming out to the counties and being invited by the counties to be able to host a campus is really exciting for our collective work and for what we do. We know that the Institute and the work that we do within this space has immediate impacts. We see it in 2 different ways. We see it from the feedback that we receive from participants as they're going through through the program on the skills that they learned in the 10 courses that they undertake to earn the credential, and what they're applying right away. So while we're talking about the public service leadership and governance within very specific ways, it's really about what folks do with it afterwards. So we know on that side of the house. We also know that there's long-term impacts to these types of trainings. Each year, we undertake an alumni survey to measure the return on investment. So do folks still use these skills after they have gone through the program? We're just collecting the data now for this year's survey, but I'm happy to share with you some preliminary results from that survey. 100% of the folks that completed the survey recognize that there was a direct application in the work that they're still doing, right? So not just going through the program, but still doing today. Direct applications, there was a 100% response on the experience being a worthwhile investment from their side of the house, and the counties being able to put that investment within their team. So 100% saw it as being worthwhile. On the institutional side, for return on investment, two different measures coming into play. One is the number of folks that received additional responsibilities. So that's not necessarily coming in with positions, but the work that they're being asked to do. 62% identified additional responsibilities having been part of this program. 65% of the folks also took back the skills that they learned in class and applied it back to their teams. That's really exciting news from just an investment side on the organizational side of the house. For individual return on investments, we're seeing an increase in their positions. About 34% received a promotion having gone through this program at some point, after earning a credential. We see folks that are coming into play on being recognized within our county organizations, and that's about a third that were recognized. And about a third received a salary increase outside of a COLA adjustment. Those are all really exciting news to be able to bring forth as a way to help us understand that the investment that you all are making within your teams isn't just done in the dark. It's really done as a way to help strengthen the counties. And even when I look around the dais here, County Council Bletch was part of the program last year. We have the clerk of the board, Rouse, who's joining this year. This continued investment continues to be important within our collective work. There's a great saying by DeWitt Jones, who was a photographer for the National Geographic, and he said, "We must celebrate what's right with the world in order to have the energy to fix what's wrong." And every time I'm here, I just hear lots of celebration within this mix of understanding those realities of challenges that our communities face are still present, and we must celebrate those things that we're doing well. And I heard that during this morning's presentations on both sides of the House. Today, we continue those celebrations by recognizing your team members who are the most recent graduates of the program itself. Just to put it in context, the Institute itself is a combination of 10 different courses that we work with CAO De La Rosa's office to be able to identify those leadership skills that are needed within the Monterey context, right? So it's not an off-the-shelf product. It's something that we tailor for each of our county campuses. It's 10 courses. Each of those courses are 5 hours in duration. And your teams make an investment in two different ways. One, your department's making an investment within the teams to be able to send folks to the program. And the folks that are there are also making an investment within themselves. And I know that while they're in their programs, that they're also working on your behalf because things come up and we're all tied to our cell phones. It just continues to reinforce the importance of these types of programs and how dedicated your teams are. And I just want to congratulate you on another remarkable cohort that we're going to celebrate today. CAO De La Rosa, if it's all right, what I'd like to do is recognize the graduates, and Chair Lopez, if it's all right with you, for the supervisors to come down and be able to have a receiving line as we're calling out the names. Does that work?
Before we start recognizing all our graduates, so to speak, our certificate receivers, in this instance, I do want to share and thank everybody for their commitment to remain involved in the opportunities that we've brought for the classes to be offered in our county and the engagement that we've had from the different departments. I do believe in continuous learning. I am a graduate of the academy, I'd like to say, but it's the Institute, and it's I've availed myself to all those resources, and I do credit CSAC for all of the insight that they've provided me in this position that I'm in now, but also that they continue to provide to all of our team and the courses that I continue to have access to even as I sit in this position. Some of the pieces that are most important are really the networking, the relationships that you've developed with the people that went through the class with you, the institute with you. But the greatest asset is really the investment that we're making in our own people, not just the county employees, but how you are going to share that with the communities that we all serve. And I think that's the greatest piece of all of this is as we go out there and we address many issues that are just a range of instances based on the departments that we have throughout the county, but also personally, some of the challenges that we experience and how to better prepare ourselves in order to be able to continue to serve, but also feed ourselves in the process, whether it's through healing, whether it's through networking, whether it's to also avail ourselves to the different services that the county provides that sometimes we end up in positions where we need the support of the district attorney's office, the public defender's office, the sheriff's department, the public works department. It's a range of issues, and for us to continue to be prepared and just the human element that we bring based on being residents of this county, but also those that serve this entire county. So really want to thank you for being here and for recognizing our team yet again, and just grateful for the support that we receive from the Board of Supervisors, because that's really why we're able to do this here. It's your involvement, but then the continued support from our leaders. Thank you.
And I'll just share here and give my colleagues a chance right after that there was something that you said, Paul, that really stood out to me, which is this has been an investment of the county in our workforce, but also an investment from the workforce in themselves. And at the end of the day, what we all strive to do is provide the best service possible and the best possible safety net at most times for the community that we serve every single day. And so the fact that our employees have stepped up, stood up, and said, I'm willing to do this and willing to continue to learn and be part of the solution moving forward is a big deal. And education is something that nobody can ever take from you, whether that's a bachelor's degree or the certification. The skills that you've developed are yours now, and they're yours forever. And as you get an opportunity to pass them down, whether that's by sharing the skill that you learned or encouraging the next cohort to go through the program, we just encourage you to continue to do so. It's so very important. I know that Monica from my team has already signed up to be on for next year. So thank you for continuing to provide this opportunity here at home for us. Our workforce doesn't have to travel as far to get that resource. It's important. And so thank you for making that investment here in Monterey County. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, as the second Vice President of the California State Association of Counties, I first want to thank Paul for coming all the way to be here. But I just want to really commend this work because I think CSAC and our CSAC Foundation strive for excellence, trying to provide these trainings, professional development, and opportunities for growth within our county family. Here in the County of Monterey, we have 6,000 plus employees, and I think we all want to see them have that opportunity to rise to the top within their respective profession, which are many within the county family here. But this is what it takes for them to be able to have these opportunities, that they're supported by their CAO, the Board of Supervisors, and that they could hear how beneficial this was to their colleagues, and hopefully it inspires others to follow up on this training because we want them to achieve their very best, their full potential, and it's only made possible by this type of institute that CSAC offers to county supervisors and county staff throughout California. So thank you for being here today.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, just to all of our county team who's here with us and who made the commitment. I was able to participate in the previous cohort that we hosted here in Monterey County. And I'll say, I think the CSAC content, it's great content, and it's always, I think, important to be continually investing and learning and growing, and whatever those opportunities are that spark your interest and joy to continue down that path. But the thing that I loved most about going through the training was the opportunity to spend time with folks from departments, the variety of different perspectives that were shared in the cohort. So those of us who went through the last cohort have stayed in touch, and it's allowed for, I think, more interconnection. So I just want to say, I hope that you took the opportunity and benefited from having a cohort that's all of Monterey County together in the same way that the first cohort did, and that you'll continue to benefit and rely on and build those relationships so that collectively our departments are working outside of silos, and that we all feel comfortable picking up the phone and calling one another for questions, to get answers, and to make sure that the county is working towards that same shared goal of service to community. But thank you for the commitments that you've made to investing in our shared mission.
All right, Supervisor Daniels.
Well, thank you, Paul, and it's fun to see all my classmates in the audience. It was a really wonderful opportunity for me as a new supervisor to come in. And I will say, in terms of the direct application, it was experiences like the day that we spent talking about county budgets coinciding exactly with coming here, and in my first year having to adopt our county budget. So it was very, very hands-on, very helpful. But also it reminded me of how much of leadership really is learned, and how those skills can be taught, refined, you can build off of them. And I just found that the instructors that were selected for each of these courses were really top notch and brought their own wealth of experience and knowledge and ability to teach what they were there to teach in a way that was very, very helpful for a new supervisor. And I'm sure that same thing would be said by all the county employees that had the opportunity. And that would be probably the best part, was getting to know all my county colleagues and being in this leadership training with all of you. It was really wonderful. So I'm looking forward to encouraging. Now we have a new staff member who I know will be with us for a very long time, and I'm hopeful that we can get him signed up and continue to support the Institute. One of my colleagues has already gone through it, and I know she benefited a lot from a previous year. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you. This was a wonderful opportunity, and for a first-time supervisor coming into office and starting the year in the Institute training, it was really wonderful. Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
There's not much more I can add from what everybody else has said, but I think, when you look at this and you see, excellence in county government, that pretty much says it all. I mean, that just describes everything we need. And it's kind of leadership training, leads to a stronger organization, makes things more efficient, more effective. Everybody your opportunities perform better than what somebody might have before, and go above expectations. And that's really what I think the goal, what everybody has when they come in. I mean, we all come in here wanting to do the right things, and this gives opportunities for that to be fulfilled to the fullest. So it's always great to, once again, to see this out here again. Thanks.
All right. So at this time, we're all going to go down and join Paul as he helps us hand out these certificates and shake some hands. All right.
Sounds great. And graduates, as they're coming down, please stick around for a group photo.
Pomp and circumstance.
Melissa Alessandre from DSS. Pablo Andrade, the district attorney. Jennifer Armstrong from Health. Melanie Beretti from Housing and Community Development. William Berry from ITD. Josh Bowling, Housing and Community Development. Jessica Cedillo. Laura Clayton from Health. Jessica Doriero Martinez from PWFR Finance. Juliana De La Paz from Health. Henry Essler, Ag Commission Office. Adam Arahibi from the Military and Veterans Affairs. Josh Farrar Krukos from DSS. Nikki Fowler from Health. Annette Gallegos from DSS. Jennifer Garcia, Ag Commission Office. Michelle House, County Administrative Office. Sarah House, ITD. Lindsay Lareble from PWFP Administration. Tim Lewis, Ag Commission Office. Andrea Lopez, District Attorney's Office. Greg McFarland, Assessor Clerk Recorder. Olivia Madrigal, Emergency Communications. Monica Molina, Probation. Sarah Ontiveros, County Counsel. Crisbel Opeza, Health. Janine Passione, District Attorney.
That was you. Congrats.
Geraldo Perez, ITD. Lupe Reyes, Treasurer Tax Collector.
Congrats. You're moving too fast and you forgot your pin, eh? So you...
Maria Rico Haro, Assessor Clerk Recorder.
Congratulations. Awesome.
Begonia Romero, Health. Angelica Rulas, County Administrative Officer. Enrique Severda, PWFP.
He's at the roundabout.
Veronica Salinas, Health. Alma Sanchez, District Attorney's Office. Wendell Sells, Human Resources. Jose Tapia, Human Resources. Carlotino Haro, Health. Eduardo Urena, ITD. Patricia Velarde, Health.
You got a little pin right. You missed your pin. Moving too fast.
Sacramento Villacano, Treasurer Tax Collector. Kate Daniels, Supervisor.
All right, yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is a graduating class of 41 folks within our community. Congratulations, everyone. Graduates, come on up.
Last picture now.
Yes, please. Bring them on up.
Yes.
Squeeze on in, second row. Come on in.
We're gonna have to do a.
We can do a second row. Yeah. There's lots of us.
Yeah. Okay. No, you're good. You're good.
Oh, you gotta get in here. Yeah. Come on, you can get in the back.
Oh, we're good. This is awesome. Thank you. I love that. Thank you. Thank you.
Congrats.
Awesome. All right. Thank you. All right.
All right, at this point, the board is going to recess back to closed session for their lunch break. But before we do that, we'll see if there's any public input on this presentation. Seeing no one coming forward, no hands up via Zoom, we'll close that. And with that, this board is recessed. We will reconvene here in chambers at 1:30.
They want you for pictures, no? Yeah.
All right, we're sitting right at 1:30. We're going to go ahead and reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors for October 14th. Looking at the dais, I can share that all members of this board are present. We're going to turn to the interpreter, Jordi, who's going to share the services available via Zoom.
Muy buenas tardes a todos los hispanoparlantes. Servicios de interpretación están siendo brindados del inglés hacia el español. Si por favor puede hacer su comentario público de una manera breve, pausada, en alto, y le intervendré para poder interpretar lo que haya dicho.
Thank you, Jordi.
Gracias.
With that, we're going to jump into our scheduled matters, beginning with a presentation from Rupa Shah and Enedina Garcia, the Assistant Auditor Controller, authorizing a remittance of up to $1.7 million to the State of California Employment Development Department for SDI tax under withholding. We'll send that to the Auditor Controller and her staff.
Thank you. And the presentation should be coming up on the screen. It's coming up. Okay, perfect. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, members of the board, Rupa Shah, Auditor Controller. With me is Enedina Garcia, Assistant Auditor Controller in the Auditor Controller's office. And as mentioned, we are here seeking authorization for the Auditor Controller to remit up to $1.7 million to the state for under-withheld SDI tax for the period October 2022 through June 2025. And that authorization is requested without recoupment from county employees. Very brief background about the SDI, and as we have provided some information in the past couple months, but here as a refresher, it's a program that county participates in, and for those that participates in the program, those unions that participates in the program, the county auditor controllers through the auditor controller's office withhold the appropriate amount of taxes related to SDI during the wage payment of each cycle. However, it was recently discovered that the deferred compensation contribution and CalPERS retirement contributions were inadvertently excluded from the SDI tax calculation. So this update was brought forward to the board by the Auditor Controller's Office in July. The error going forward of that SDI tax calculation has been fixed effective July and going forward. However, working with the county council and the external counsel, it has been identified that the county is obligated to remit the payment to the state of the under-withholding during the period of October 2022 through June 2025, which is when the statute of limitation runs. So for this period, an estimated under-withheld tax liability is identified as $1.2 million, which will incur approximately $180,000 in penalties and $98,000 in interest. So here's another snapshot of those amounts that I just spoke about, of the tax liability, penalties, and interest broken out by each quarter. Here's another version of the cost summary, which now includes the Social Security and Medicare tax portion for the employer, which comes to about $80,000. So for a total of $1.5 million. However, as earlier mentioned in the recommendation, the up to $1.7 million is sought because we want to allow a little bit of an additional buffer as the state will be independently calculating the penalties and interest. And so we want to make sure that we are not short. However, as the estimated amount reflected here is $1.5 million. Here is the remittance plan to the state. So the remittance is planned to occur within this month, by end of this month. And my office will be amending each quarterly return for that affected period of October 2022 2022 through June 2025. And again, the cost will be absorbed by the county without recoupment from the employees, and at the time of the amended return and the payment made by the Auditor Controller's Office, penalties and interest calculated by my team will be applied and paid to the state along with the tax liability. The Auditor Controller's Office has planned to return to your board requesting an increase in appropriations in my office to remit payment to the state. That is scheduled, well, it will be a consent item, but it is scheduled for October 21, 2025, which is next week. And the source of the funding for this payment has been identified by the CAO's office to be the General Fund Compensated Absence Assignment Account. Here's just a breakdown of the active versus separated employees for that period that we are referring to, which is October 2022 through June 30, 2025, total of 6,300 employees, and here's the breakdown between active, which are current, and separated employees. And the reason for providing this breakdown is that we have slightly different process and treatment to make this adjustment for the employees. So for the current active employees, the SDI taxes paid by the county on their behalf will be considered reportable wages subject to tax. So they are subject to tax withholdings, and therefore ACO will be implementing this adjustment to reportable wages for active employees for this upcoming pay cycle. So for the pay stub, for the checks dated October 24, 2025, which will be in about less than 2 weeks, will reflect the county paid SDI amount on the pay stub. The pay stub will also show the associated tax withholdings related to this amount. So my office has a plan to provide a clear guidance in terms of letter and information and explanation to the employees in advance of this becoming effective and reflected on the pay stub. So we're planning to have that letter to the employees throughout the county that are part of this group go out sometime next week. And here's the last slide for this piece. For separated employees, it is only going to be the reportable wages, which will be reflected on the W-2 form at the end of the year. So for 2025, for separated employees, they will receive W-2 reflecting the county paid SDI amounts on their W-2. And Auditor Controller's Office will be completing that process with our annual W-2 process for the county as a whole. And so with that, we're at the last slide, which is repeated again as to what the recommendation is to authorize the remittance to the state without the recoupment from county employees. That concludes my presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you. I'll turn to see if there's any questions from the dais. Supervisor Church.
My question is more for the budget office and that this is coming out of being paid out of the general fund, compensated absences allowances account, and I believe we have like 50 million in liabilities or something on that, and we have a balance much less than that. I just want to make sure we're not going to run into potential problems down the line or get squeezed somehow onto this.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, when I checked with the budget office yesterday, I believe there's, and they did indicate that their recommendation was to use that account because it's payroll related in a sense. And there's about $10.4 million in that account at the moment. That's the number I got from our budget office.
But the liabilities are much higher potentially than that.
They are. Yeah.
Over the course of a year, how much How much do we expend in that budget item?
Let me find out. I don't have an answer for you. Let me see if I can get an answer for you.
It sounds like we have enough flexibility in there, but I just want to make sure.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, I think Raquel Escoria from our budget office is on Zoom. If Raquel is on the line, may we admit her, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, absolutely.
I think she may be able to answer your question.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor, yeah.
Raquel, we'll give you the floor.
Yes, good afternoon. Chair Lopez, Supervisors, Raquel Escorcia with the County Administrative Office. Supervisor Church, you are correct. We do have an unfunded liability for vacation accruals of about $50 million as of our last audited financial statements. And we have a current balance in our compensated absences assignment of $10.4 million. So that leaves a total liability of about $37.7 million. And one of the main reasons, as Nick stated, was that this is there's a nexus to payroll, and that was one of the reasons that we recommended the compensated absences assignment. Additionally, we know that there's been already a number of requests for contingencies, and so it was our intention to kind of preserve the contingencies balance to the extent possible for other unplanned emergencies that may arise throughout the year.
So I just want confirmation that we, with these liabilities and the balances and with this funds, is that we would not anticipate any financial crunch on that particular account with taking this out, correct?
It definitely impacts that account. We would have the liabilities continue to grow, and so it does impact that liability. Our net liabilities would grow if we're reducing the compensated absences assignment.
Supervisor Church, if I may. So we cannot predict the liability, right, or who's going to be cashing out. However, if we look at the trend, the last couple of years, the balance has remained at $12 million. So there hasn't been much change, but obviously we cannot predict that going forward.
Thank you very much. That answers my question.
You're welcome.
Question, Supervisor Daniels? All right, we'll go this way. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. And I think my question is similar, I think, in regards to the source of funding for this particular item. And I appreciate the answer that was provided, but I'm not sure that it addresses the concern that I have. The uncompensated absences account is one that we've put money into, but we don't have a structural policy that continues to fund the uncompensated absences account. And over the past couple budget cycles, we've used the uncompensated absences account to fund a variety of different things because we've been structurally unbalanced in our budgeting. And so I'm concerned about continuing to use the uncompensated absences account when we know we carry a significant liability on the books for uncompensated absences for things that aren't uncompensated absences. I think that this particular item would fall under a contingency. And I recognize that we have a number of significant expenses that are coming at us over the next handful of months that also fall into the category of contingency. But I'm deeply concerned about depleting all of our other savings and funds that we've worked really hard over the past decade to be prepared for difficult times ahead, simply because we were running a structural deficit. And I'm not comfortable using the uncompensated absences account for this purpose for those very reasons. I know we have items coming to Budget Committee that will be looking at our 3-year forecast. I recognize that we have had a transition among our budget staff, but the reality of running a structural deficit in our budget is not one that I was comfortable with when we approved our budget at the beginning of the year, nor is it one that I'm comfortable continuing to take money from accounts that we've dedicated those funds for future reasons. And so for all of those reasons, I'm not comfortable. I'm comfortable with moving forward, but I think the funding source, unless someone can explain to me very clearly that we do have a policy in place that structurally refills the uncompensated absences budget on an annual basis, which we don't have, so we don't have that, or if there's some other reason that why we would be using that particular source of funding, I really see this as something that falls under the contingency category.
Any questions, Supervisor Alejo? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Shaw, for the presentation. I just wanted to start out, obviously, this is a big item with the big cost for the County of Monterey. And this is another big issue of great concern after the past presentation and all the work that has gone to address the issues in the city of Gonzales regarding the school bonds. Now here's another significant item with significant liabilities and costs to the county of $1.7 million. And all my colleagues are expressing concerns because we all know our budgets are tighter. They're going to be more difficult in coming years. And $1.7 million is money that we could have used for other critical services and programs and staffing at the county. But I just wanted to go back to the beginning. If you could, because the public doesn't really follow some of these technical issues until they see it hit them for our employees. There's questions, what does this mean in terms of liability for them? But could you just answer how did this happen? And your presentation says it was corrected in July of this year. But how did this happen, and why couldn't your office catch it sooner? If you could answer that, please.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Supervisor Alejo. So in terms of, so as soon as we discovered, my office discovered that there was an error in the SDI tax calculation for the past, first step we wanted to make was make the correction right away. So that correction was made in July. So going forward basis, this item has been corrected. Now, you have a question about how did this happen? When did this happen and how? So it is our understanding that when the existing system, which is we are using CGI for our financial, HR, payroll, and budgeting functions currently, when that system was implemented, which that implementation period started back in 2010, that there was this inadvertent error in that configuration where the calculation would not have been done correctly. That configuration error in the system is now discovered as we are working through making the transition to the new Oracle system. And there are speculation and anticipated potentially some other areas related to payroll configuration in the past that my office is committed to doing the thorough research, analysis, and making sure that the new system is configured correctly. Sorry,
Yeah, Yes.
I'm not able to look at you and then look
Yes,
at the mic.
Of course, and that's what I wanted to get at, because we have a serious problem here. Well, there's been a couple at least so far, and I'm trying to figure out, because your office is a very specific high skill set, in terms of auditing and finances. Certainly, we don't have that skill, but it's even more complicated because we incorporate technology to do a lot of the day-to-day functions, that if those are not calculated right, or if they don't got the right formula in there, then it'll be many years later when we think everything is right, we find out the problem wasn't, and it goes back to the 3 years of statute of limitations. So moving forward, okay, now if we're transitioning from CGI to Oracle, how does your office then, on a yearly basis, double check all the different formulas in the system, perhaps using their staff to double check, making sure that it is aligned with state law, with local bond measures? That's what I'm trying to get at. How does that happen? Because it would be a shame to get in a new system and then we're here in a couple of years find out there was another problem, that something went wrong, and here we're having to do another significant payout, which is not fair to our local taxpayers.
Right, and absolutely. So in that regard, we have a plan in place going forward to first, have layers of checks and balances, accountability checkpoints in the configuration setup. That would be the first stage. And then going forward, exactly as you have mentioned, we have a plan. We will have plan to review this configuration along with the updated tax laws. So it will provide us the opportunity on an annual basis to not only comply with the updated tax laws, because tax laws get updated pretty much annually. So at that time, when we are reconfiguring some of those tax laws in the system, the plan would be to go back and verify, re-examine all the configurations related to this tax law setup.
I got just two more issues to raise and kind of flesh out here. The Board of Supervisors here is recommending, because this is money otherwise that would be owed by the employees, those currently working or those that have left. And kind of a difficult thing to collect from people who are already retired or they've moved on to a job elsewhere. But this board is deciding to having to use our funds that could have been used elsewhere now to pay this money that is owed to the state of California, rather than trying to collect it from current and past employees, which we all know would be very difficult. And certainly I think all employees listening would be like, it wasn't my mistake. Why should I have to do that for an error out of this office? But it also creates other implications, perhaps, because now if the county is paying it, it is considered income. What would that mean for employees now? They're going to see there's an additional line item on there or additional amount added to their annual salaries, and which is taxable, right? So if you could explain that, because this is something that shouldn't be a surprise to employees. If there's some kind of tax implication for, I think you put it almost just under 5,000 employees are impacted by this. We got to be transparent. We got to be aware, because it's going to vary among how much that amount is for each individual employee. If you could elaborate on that, please.
Absolutely. That's another great question, and that gives me the opportunity, in my office, the opportunity to explain that even further. So absolutely, because this is paid on behalf of employees by the county, these are considered taxable wages for the employees. And therefore, this upcoming pay cycle and the pay stub for the check dated October 24th is when employees impacted will see the line item on their pay stub related to county paid SDI. Along with that, there will be difference in the tax withholding than what would have normally been the circumstance for the employee. So my office has a plan to provide a side-by-side example of what would have been the original pay stub and what would have been what is the new pay stub because of the taxability of the county paid STI. And there will be a guidance letter along with this example. So the intention is to notify the county employees in advance and then provide them the option to clarify with my office, if that helps.
And Michelle, would those changes be reflected in only the one check, or would it be seen in over several before the end of the year? Just so that we can know what we're going to see it all in one, or will it be over several?
It will be a one-time adjustment. Okay. It will be only one-time adjustment, which will be very much specified in our letter. So it is not confusing for the county employees to wonder if there will be more. It will be a one-time adjustment in the upcoming cycle.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. Just in case there's some confusion out there, this is mostly, I feel the need to clarify that, one, that this is a follow-up to a presentation that we got in July. So we did have the opportunity to ask questions about how this happened and how we got here, just so none of my constituents think we're just getting this presentation today and I'm not asking any questions about that. I did ask some thorough questions on that front. And then the second thing is that the county is obligated to pay this, whether we get it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, whether that money comes from employees or we come up with the strategy that has been outlined today, it's an obligation that we need to pay this. And so I just have some general discomfort about the conversation about where it's coming from and the issue with the general fund compensated absences account, because I think that is a really valid concern and it needs to be addressed, I think, at the budget committee. And I've never had the opportunity to sit on the budget committee, but we could all express our concern with accounts that we're not actively refilling and replenishing. But unless we have a suggestion of where that money should come from at this point in time, it just makes it, if you're not then on the record joining your concern, it seems like somehow we don't care about that. But we do. We are all concerned about the county budget process, the county budget. And we all need to be thinking in terms of making sure all of our liabilities are going to be addressed and how to address them. But I just wanted to reiterate that we have an obligation to pay this no matter what. So unless there's some other account that would be a better place to get that money, I'm sort of repeatedly uncomfortable at the board level when we address issues with certain accounts but aren't providing other outlets or other opportunities. It's a big problem and we have to address it, but it felt worthy of bringing that up today because I don't see any other way around it. So unless there's some better location, this seems suitable, and we do have to address our unfunded liabilities.
I concur, and I'll just share, I know we haven't gotten to the public yet, we need to do that, and I'll do that after my comments. I'll just share that hearing that concern, I think the direction we're given today is not to do that, but to come back with the ability to do that at our next meeting. So in the direction, we could ask for options, given what we may be comfortable with, right? So when we give, it's listed as authorized remittance, but in seeing the way that the recommendation is structured, we can actually make a recommendation when it comes back with the paperwork to bring us options for source of funding, if that would make the board more comfortable. At this point, I think given the fact that we've heard this twice in this forum, I don't think we need to go back to budget this time, right? In the future, going that route makes a lot of sense, but given where we sit right now, I think bringing forward options so that we can choose where we're most comfortable making this payment from would be important. And I agree with you, Supervisor Daniels, having heard this before, having lived and breathed this, and right, also part of that GSUSD conversation, having been on the floor of all these conversations. I don't have many questions today, given the prep that went into this, but given all of that, I think it's appropriate this time to open it up to the public to see if there's anything we've missed or anything they have additional questions on that we can help address for their edification or concerns. And so we'll open up public comment now, inviting folks in the room to come forward, and folks via Zoom who wish to speak to use the raise hand function or *9 via landline to be recognized at this time. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up and nobody coming forward in room, so we'll close public comment on this item and bring it back to the board at this time. So given what the conversation so far, is someone prepared to make a motion, or is there additional conversation on this item?
Just a couple more questions, if I may. And just in regards to, I thank you for explaining the outreach that'll occur to our employees. I think we will all likely hear from employees after that shows up on their pay stubs. But I appreciate the information that's going out. I want to make sure that our offices are also notified with that information so that we can help respond to questions as they come. And I know our labor partners will also be hearing likely from their members. So if we can make sure that they are getting a heads up with this presentation and the information that'll be shared, so that they can all be prepared to answer questions as well. And I think it's just in some sense, I want to thank the whole team. I think there's the transition for the ERP has previously, and with this new transition, have been just tremendously massive projects, and the level of diligence that goes into the team that's been working on these projects, the types of issues that they're catching previously, the types of issues that they're looking to ensure we don't repeat. I know there's a lot of people working really hard on all of that. And to our employees, who then are the ones who are impacted if we do have things that come up. I just want everyone to know that I think, in the conversations I've had with the auditor controller, the conversations I've had with my colleagues, we take all of this very seriously, and the seriousness for you and the impacts on your paychecks are things that we are weigh heavily on us. So thank you for your patience and your patience with us and our team as we work through this particular issue.
All right, additional comments, questions, or action? All right, I'll try a motion to authorize the auditor controller to come back at our next meeting with options for funding sources for the up to 1.7 million to be paid to the state Department of Employment Development Department, SDI, under withholding being the cause for that. So that should return at our next meeting with options for us to make a decision on source of funds. And I think there was a second motion necessary, or was that the only one on the slide?
I'll second that motion because I would like to see those options we have there.
Was without recoupment for the camp from the employees included?
With
That was
clear direction that it is not to come from a source of recoupment from county employees. That was it. All right. So that's the motion. Second stands with the clarification. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Mr.
Chairman, we'll bring that back as a timed item for next week. Thank you.
All right. Having concluded item 13, we're moving to item 14, adopting a resolution to receive an update from the county departments of health, social services, and nativity on proposed outreach, education, marketing, and application assistance plan to mitigate impacts from state and federal policy changes on Medi-Cal. For this presentation, we're going to hear from Vicente Lara, and I see Elsa and Rod here. So you guys always tell me who's speaking, and then you change it up on me. Surprise. So Vicente, I hope you're doing well out there. I know they bumped you, but Vicente, thank you so much for putting this together. We'll send it over to Elsa and Rod.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Chair Lopez, board members, administration, and members of the public. I'm Roderick Franks, the Director of Social Services here at the County of Monterey, and together with me is Elsa Jimenez, the Director of Health Services for the County of Monterey. We're here before you today per your direction of 2 weeks ago, where here we go. where the Department of Social Services, the Health Department, and Natividad were here to talk about numerous changes that were on the horizon in regards to our Medi-Cal program, our CalFresh program, and how those may impact services through the Health Department as well as impacts on our hospital at Natividad. Yeah. What I'd like to do is just go over the timeline briefly that was shared with you 2 weeks ago. Of note, I would like you to see the area that's circled where the Medi-Cal UIS expansion population, those are those with unsatisfactory immigration status. Their ability to enroll in Medi-Cal will no longer be available starting January 1st of next year if they are age 19 and above. That population right now represents about 39,000 persons in the County of Monterey. We have heard some numbers that population in total may be about 60,000 persons or so, of which 39,000 have currently enrolled. So we would like to engage on a very intensive outreach effort to reach as many of those persons in that population as possible to assist them in enrolling in Medi-Cal before the December 31st deadline. Along with that, the board recommended that there may be some funds available to assist us in that effort and join with our community partners to engage in those intensive outreach efforts. And with that, I will pass it over to Elsa.
Wonderful. Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department. Thank you, Roderick. As Roderick mentioned, we are here before you today with staff's recommendation for a proposal of an investment of $250,000 that would focus on specific outreach, engagement, education, marketing, and public application assistance, specifically for the individuals who are remaining uninsured and who are eligible before the cutoff takes effect January 1st. There are 3 focus areas that are task force, I'll call them that. So staff from the county's Department of Natividad, Social Services, the Health Department, our Central California Alliance for Health, Center for Community Advocacy, Catholic Charities, First 5 Ventures, the UFW Foundation, Watsonville Law Center, California Immigration Project, Building Healthy Communities, Mujeres en Acción, and the Community Foundation for Monterey County have held several convenings over the last couple of weeks, and this is their recommendation in terms of investment between now and the end of December. The first area of focus is really focusing on training and supporting staff from local community-based organizations and partners, as well as county staff, who would be trained on understanding all of the upcoming state and federal Medi-Cal change policies, how to complete applications, documentation that needs to be gathered, and their ability to be able to submit the applications directly into the Benefits Cal portal, as well as a refresher on all the other available resources in our community. Community outreach and engagement is the second focus area. So select CBOs with existing community health worker programs and or who are active Benefits Cal accounts holder with DSS would lead our outreach, education, and application assistance efforts. Again, we would really focus on those communities where we believe individuals who would be eligible for Medi-Cal but have not taken that opportunity yet to apply to be able to do direct outreach to those individuals and encourage them, albeit without risk. There is potential risk in terms of their information being known, and so we would be very cautious in terms of how we train our staff to then have those conversations with the community, letting them know that there is potential risk, but really encouraging them because it is what's best for themselves and their own well-being. And hopefully encourage them to apply. And the third focus area is really focusing on a media and social marketing campaign. Again, this would be focused on raising awareness about the changes, creating urgency, like, hey, we only have 8 weeks left before the cutoff, and really hoping to encourage our residents to connect to available resources as well as application assistance, community-based organization providers. In terms of how we would allocate the proposed $250,000, we would slot about $5,000 to $10,000 in the training and support. Again, it would be a select set of community-based organizations that would be funded. I mentioned the criteria before, and those that have developed community health worker programs and are also registered with the Benefits Cal portal. And so the bulk of the money, $190,000 to $195,000, would be divided up amongst those community-based organizations who are really going to be doing the one-on-one education, going out to fairs, going to churches, knocking door to doors. Let's remember that a lot of these community-based organizations and the trained CHWs are known individuals to our residents and have been seen as people that the community can come to for linkage and resources. And then thirdly, we would work on a really focused marketing and social media campaign. Our community partners really stress that in order for us to be able to get the word out, it has to be through trusted messengers. We can do a whole flashy ad campaign, but it may or may not reach the individuals that we want. It may not give them that opportunity to speak one-on-one with a trusted individual who can answer their questions, their concerns, their fears about letting themselves be known to the system if they aren't already known. So we would put only about $50,000 to $60,000 into the media social marketing strategy. So in conclusion, this is our recommendation before you. We provided a proposed implementation and investment plan. We would fund this out of contingencies. And then the last would be that if your board approves this investment strategy and the use of contingencies for it, then the CAO and the auditor controller would make necessary changes to the health department's budget as well as to the contingencies appropriation. And with that, we'll take any questions that you may have.
Questions from the dais at this point? Supervisor Alejo.
Just in terms of strategy, it's always how many people do we intend to reach in all those categories, right? We're now at 2.5 months in, and I think the outreach workers is essential because they do help do the follow-up, but is 50,000 enough? And it just said social media, but how much of that is television, or Spanish TV and radio, where I think you're going to get more people to be aware of the issue and the deadline? Because I think one-on-one assistance and outreach events on the weekends were limited in number, and we have to be realistic. How many do we think we're going to reach with the outreach workers in such a limited amount of time, and how can we get the word out on TV, Spanish TV and radio so that people know where to go, where to enroll before the deadline comes around?
Yeah, definitely. Once your board approves this, if you do approve it, then we're going to hash out those details in terms of deliverables, numbers of individuals reached, number of applications submitted, where each of the community-based organizations are going to prioritize compared to us county staff, because the health department and social services and Natividad will also be part of the outreach and engagement strategy. And I think we really need to listen to our community-based partners. What they have shared with us is that in what's proven to be effective in terms of connecting our residents, particularly the specific subset of our population that we're trying to outreach to, it's really that one-on-one. It's the work going through the churches, going through community-based organizations, going to community events. That's how they feel that they've been successful in the past, whether it's been doing mental health 101 training, whether it's been getting people to learn about COVID and where to get vaccinated, et cetera. So we do want to put about $50,000 to $60,000. We are working with the local media firm to kind of develop what could that buy us. Another thing we have to think right now is that it is an election year, and so media spots may be a little bit more expensive than usual. So there may be more focus on perhaps radio in terms of paid advertising, which tends to be a means that our Spanish-speaking and other individuals tend to seek their information. but really focusing on social marketing. So using our social media platforms, the various ones, Facebook, WhatsApp, and others, has really been proven effective to reach this Spanish-speaking residents, Indigenous-speaking residents, because it's more infographic material, not necessarily words. And so we really want to listen and value what the CBO staff are sharing with us in terms of an effective strategy. So 50 to 60 is what we've slated to be able to do some paid media advertisement, as well as help us with developing the content both for aired media as well as for social media campaign.
Great. I just hope this is a success, obviously. Let's push ourselves to have the maximum benefit to the community. And certainly some of the earned media should be right away announcing that this has got approved and what that story, I don't know if we lost some of our media partners like Telemundo, KION. They're always very helpful. So we have more limited options now, but certainly Univision, I think Adriana Frederick would run with this right away from the get-go and trying to raise awareness about this. So thank you.
Yeah, and maybe we can get them to do like human interest stories, because I think that sometimes that gets the message out better than just a paid advertisement.
Supervisor Church.
Sure. Elsa, you sort of answered my question, but I'm just going to ask you to elaborate a little bit more, because obviously we're doing English, Spanish, and then you mentioned Indigenous, and I was wanting to know if what we might be doing in Indigenous languages, make sure we're missing that population.
Yeah, most definitely. Many of our CBOs have staff who are, trilingual or at least bilingual, and have an ability to be able to connect directly with our residents who are more comfortable speaking in their Indigenous language versus Spanish. And so again, doing direct outreach, word of mouth, connecting our residents with the CBOs that can support their needs. Another thing that I forgot to mention is we're having conversations with United Way for 211. And once we have the list of community-based organizations that we're going to be partnering with, we'll give that as well as the areas that they will be serving. That way, anybody that calls 211 will be able to get connected to the community-based organization or county staff member directly that is supporting residents in their community.
And I might also add the Department of Social Services has recently completed a number of videos in Indigenous languages explaining how to apply for both CalFresh and Medi-Cal benefits.
Supervisor Daniels.
Well, the first thing I want to say is thank you so much for the idea of taking our previous presentation and just circling in yellow what we're referring to. And I mean that in all seriousness, because there's so many changes coming down the pipeline. So for us to really be able to zero in that we're talking about this group of individuals who are impacted by this one particular cut that's coming at the end of this year is very helpful to sort of see it in its context. The first question I have is, if you can remind me, and I know we talked about this in the last presentation, but this 38,912 recipients in Monterey County, does that cover everyone, folks that are currently in the system that don't have to renew, or is that just a group, is that the number of individuals who either are not registered yet or are going to need to re-register before the end of the year? Who is that group?
Great question, Supervisor. That 38,900 comprises all of those with less than proper documentation that are currently enrolled in Medi-Cal.
Okay.
So those persons will also need to do their annual renewals at some point when their case comes up for annual renewal. So part of our process, too, is not just to engage with those who are currently unenrolled, but to also engage in education with those who are to make sure that they fulfill their reassessment requirements so they can maintain continuity of benefits.
And so that's because the rules changed as well, right? Is that accurate, that they have a more difficult path under this context, or no?
All of those currently enrolled in Medi-Cal are subject to an annual renewal. Mm-hmm. There will be a certain expansion population that will be subject to renewals twice a year, But this group, really, we are targeting those who are currently not enrolled to really get them into the system if they choose to, and then also continue to educate them when their renewal notices come up, that they actually follow through on that process to maintain their coverage. So I'm going to stay a little high level because I would love to get into the weeds with you, but I'm not so sure
I
that.
still want to know about that number then, though. So this 38,000, it sounds like you said, are not currently in the system. They're not
The
just
38,000 currently is in the system.
Yeah, so if you read that, so this slide here, social services really presented to you all how many Monterey County residents fall within each of these different
categories
benefits. So currently right now we have almost 39,000 Monterey County residents who are here without proper documentation, who have gone through the process and are currently receiving full scope Medi-Cal.
Correct.
So this population is not impacted in terms of the cutoff. If you're already enrolled by the end of December, you will continue to be a Medi-Cal beneficiary come January 1st of 2026. The Delta, 60,000, it's probably more than a decade old in terms of the estimated number of residents in Monterey County who are here without proper documentation, is a number that we're kind of looking at to see, okay, what potentially is the gap in terms of the number of individuals that we hope to be able to encourage, educate them about the benefits of being on Medi-Cal, and hopefully get them to say, yes, help me, and work through our trained CBOs and staff to get them enrolled in Medi-Cal before January 1st.
January 1st. So that's the number I was looking for. So it's we don't have an exact number of that 61,000, how many people we're targeting in this campaign.
Correct.
That's difficult.
But I think what we will do is once we work with our community-based organizations, we'll be able to come out with like touch points, how many of people they were in contact with, how many applications that they'll complete. And we can set goals, but in the end, we'll be able to determine, okay, what was our actual reach? How many, if today we have 38,912, come January 1st, what progress did we make? How many more were we able to successfully enroll in Medi-Cal?
Okay.
And we will be looking to all of the community partners engaged in this effort to provide us with that data so we can really track the efficacy of the outreach efforts that we're engaged in. To answer your other question, if you look at the second bullet point down, you can see that 61,000. Those are the people currently enrolled in Medi-Cal benefits that were eligible to enroll as a part of the expansion of the eligibility population under the Affordable Care Act. That's the population that will be subject to the twice per year reassessments of their benefits.
Well, I do just want to say that since we met the first time that we're here and this work's been done, and I'm very hopeful that it'll be extremely successful. And I just want to thank my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors for giving this direction. And it's I think, something to be very proud of, that we're forward thinking and trying to do our best, because it speaks to the really short-sighted nature of these policies, which are going to cost there's a human cost, but there's a financial cost too. And so it's also fiscally the right thing to be doing to try to ensure that we have as many folks in our community covered at this point in time. And then the last thing I'll say is the earned media coverage, what was being suggested by Supervisor Alejo. I don't know what plans we have, but definitely some kind of media blast, maybe working with Nick Pasculi, but also whatever we can do as supervisors to get the media to cover this, because it is so important. And I hope we're all very successful. And just thank you so much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
I'm 100% supportive. I think we have a phenomenal team that unfortunately has a lot of experience and practice in organizing quickly to do this kind of outreach work in the community. I'm so grateful for the partners that we have who are ready to, I know, jump in with us in this work. And I just want to express my appreciation to our department heads who are, and all of our staff who I know are feeling the weight of the responsibility that they personally carry to make sure people are understanding what's needed so that we can get folks enrolled who are eligible to enroll between now and December 31st. And then moving forward, that we've got a plan to keep folks enrolled. So I think fully supportive, 100% on board. I'll make the motion to approve this as drafted. And I'll also just make an additional request that the team, this is through December 31st funding, but I don't think we're done at that point. So please come back to us and with a plan or with some proposals for how we will be able to continue keeping folks on the rolls once we get to December and we know we need to fund this moving forward. Once we know more about where the Alliance is going to fit into that and what are the funding partners and where the state might be looking to move. So please come back with additional requests so that we can continue to keep the work moving forward.
Thank you for that opening. I think as we mentioned the last time we were here, this is like phase one of a multi-phase approach to ensure that our residents understand all of the changes, whether it impacts them or their family members, and more importantly, who to reach out to get support to ensure, if you're on that expanded population, that you are doing the biannual redetermination process, most definitely. And as you mentioned, we have other partners like Central California Alliance for Health that is also looking to see if they have any funding that they contribute towards this. And next month, I'll be meeting with our local provider network and the Alliance to determine if there's any funding or other in-kind support. Again, I think we all see this, that we all have a vested interest in making sure that our residents have access to basic health care services because it's best for them as a person, but also ultimately will be best for the system in terms of providing lower cost care is the best way to go versus waiting and deferring care and then unfortunately showing up in our emergency departments where we could have avoided that and avoid hospitalization. So I think there's a lot of stakeholders in our community that are truly vested in making sure that our residents get insured, stay insured so that they have access to the primary care, the specialty care that they need to be well.
All right, I have a motion, a second, but we've not yet gone to the public. Let's take this to the public, give them an opportunity to opine. We ask folks to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline, to be recognized. I see Clarissa Reyes Becerra with her hand up. We'll go ahead and give you the floor. You have 2 minutes to share your public comment.
Hi all, good afternoon. My name is Clarissa Reyes Becerra, and I'm the managing attorney of the Health Equity Program at the California Immigration Project. I'm also speaking today as a commissioner with First 5 Monterey County and a member of the Monterey County Immigration Coalition. I'd like to thank the Health Department and Board of Supervisors for taking this issue seriously. In the past months, I've been in meetings with allies throughout the state trying to grapple with these changes and how they will affect our immigrant communities. As you have heard from the Health Department, Medi-Cal cuts are expected to affect immigrant families through a loss of coverage, the imposition of new costs, and a reduction in benefits, impacting health, food, and child care access. And as a First 5 commissioner, I'd like to point out that when parents lose health coverage, their children are also less likely to get the care they need. Consequently, when we see these cuts hit our communities, both adults and children will be impacted at an already difficult time. And as a county with a higher concentration of undocumented immigrants and mixed status families, we need to take a proactive approach. As the attorney tasked with advising families that call our consultation line about their immigration options and the impact that has had on their ability or will have on their ability to be eligible for certain health programs, I've already advised families on the importance of Medi-Cal and other public programs for their stability and security. I believe that empowering families to make informed decisions and not ones from fear, that is one of the best ways to keep our communities healthy and safe during this time. This outreach and intentional approach to addressing awareness on Medi-Cal changes is crucial to prevent further disqualification, disenrollment, and avoidance of vital healthcare programs and services for our immigrant communities. I'm glad to see that the Health Department is seeking to partner with local CBOs, the trusted messengers who can reach families that most vulnerable and impacted by our systems inequities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, I see A. Melgoza. I'm assuming that's Adriana Melgoza. Adriana, we'll give you the floor.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you so much for all the support that you have provided to our families. My name is Adriana, and I'm the Executive Director of the Watsonville Law Center. I want to thank the department as well for reaching out to us and asking us how can we support the residents of Monterey County. As a legal provider, we are seeing a lot of fear from our families. A lot of families that we're serving are under Medi-Cal and are under the health care from the county, and they're right now asking us questions whether they should continue or they should eliminate the care that the coverage that they have. And it's making us very fearful because we serve a high population of pregnant individuals, children, newborns, the moms, and it's fearful to hear that they might want to eliminate health coverage and not continue with health care during their pregnancy. I am very thankful for Supervisor Askew for saying we need to come back because it's getting uglier and uglier and we don't know what's going to happen after December. So I appreciate the fact that you're looking at supporting our residents, but also looking further to see what else is coming and how else can we support. And I thank you for all the amazing support that you always provide to our immigrant community. And we look forward to partnering with all of you to continue to serve our communities.
Thank you, Adriana. Next, we see Catherine. Catherine, we'll go ahead and give you 2 minutes. You should have the ability to unmute yourself now.
Hi, thank you once again. I object to any funding for this agency until it is fully investigated. Further, the law of the land is you are not welcome to come here unless you have proper documentation. There is so much fraud, waste, and abuse in this system. If you are not legally in California, you do not deserve benefits at the cost of us taxpayers. There needs to be a huge investigation into this because if you do not have the right documentation, you should not be granted anything. And further, they're using illegal documents to get these benefits. This is not okay. We're a nation of law. No one is doing anything. We love immigrants. We have no problem with immigrants. It's the ones that come here illegally. And the fentanyl and the heroin and all that that's coming across the border. This is bigger than humanity. This is bigger than humanity. Okay? We don't owe anyone anything unless they do it legally. And I'm tired of you guys, saying our immigrant community. We give so much to our immigrant community. We take very good care of our immigrants. We have a problem with illegal immigrants. Further, you guys should be really concerned about our homeless community. There's 3 hotels sitting empty, boarded up. There was a guy developer embezzling our money. What are you doing about it? I'm tired. We're going to file formal complaints. No money to anyone who is in this state illegally. I worked for Social Security for 12 years. Do you know how many calls I used to get because someone was using their number? This is not okay.
All right. Don't see any other hands up online. I don't see anybody in room. So with that, please come forward.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. We're here on behalf of the Center for Community Advocacy, and my colleague will be sharing a public comment, but in Spanish. So we would request support with translation while she does her public comment. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Edith Ochoa, organizadora con Centro de Abogacía de la Comunidad. El motivo por el cual estoy aquí es para que aprueben los fondos de divulgación paramédical, ya que muchas personas de nuestra comunidad, ¿verdad?, todavía no tienen esta información.
Mire, si me hace el favor de hacer pausas, Jordi le va a traducir. Jordi, ¿estás ahí?
Yes. My name is Edith Ochoa from Center for Advocacy for the Community. We're here today. I'm here present for you to approve the release funds for the application of medicals. It is a wealth fund established that we need for the community to be able to subscribe to the services.
En el condado de Santa Clara, esto ya se está llevando a cabo con divulgación de 1 a 1, medios de comunicación, mesas de información, y me he preguntado el condado de Monterey qué está haciendo.
This in the county of Santa Clara, it is already taking place through the voice-to-voice, herd-to-herd public communication, and it's happening already in the county. I'm asking myself, what is the board doing to be able for this to take place at our county?
Y nosotros hemos tenido un gran ejemplo cuando fue lo de COVID, que estuvimos trabajando con el proyecto Vida, en donde se llegó a mucho alcance, y entonces, ¿por qué no hacerlo en este momento donde nuestra comunidad es la más vulnerable?
And this already took place during the Project Vida, during COVID. In this project, we were able to make a good outreach throughout the community. So we're asking ourselves, when is it going to be possible for all of us to be able to have the outreach for this? And when this is going to take place?
Y considero tenemos las herramientas adecuadas, como son las trabajadoras comunitarias, redes sociales, medios de comunicación, para poder llevar a cabo esto.
And I consider that we have already the tools to be able to do this. We have the community health workers that are going to be able to perform this, the social networks, and the network that we have already established to be able to make this happen and accomplish this.
Nuestra comunidad realmente está afectada por la situación que está viviendo, y es por eso que quisiera aprobaran estos fondos.
Our community is well affected by everything that is going on currently. So I would like if you can approve these funds due to all that.
Por su atención, gracias.
Gracias, Edith.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else in the room? Vicente, you sure you don't want to make comment? I know they took your glory, but all right, I get it. We'll close public comment, bring it back. I've not yet had a chance to opine, so I'll ask a direct question. Listening to the group of organizations, I'm just curious who will have us. Normally, we do make a special effort to make sure to focus on South County. So listening to that group, I know we've got folks from CCA who have relationships down there, but can you share with me if I have a group that says we want to hear from someone directly, who should I reach out to as a supervisor representing Southern Monterey County?
In terms of which CBOs will be selected?
Correct.
That's TBD. I listed you a number of agencies that have been at the table, but the CBOs that have trained CHWs and who are also on the benefits Cal portal, and if they're not on it, it's an easy process that we'll work with social services to get them on. But we do have presence by CCA in South County. We have our core staff, which is our health department, community health worker outreach program that's also in South County, and there's probably other CBOs. Again, we're going to try to focus our efforts in those communities that we know have a higher percentage of individuals who would be eligible for Medi-Cal but have yet not taken the opportunity. So South County, North County, pockets of the peninsula, pockets of Salinas. And so we're going to identify those areas and divide our resources to make sure we maximize our presence and effort in the communities that we need to be.
Thank you, Elsa. And I just want to state, obviously, we don't set state law. I want to be clear. I heard some comments there about legality. All we are doing is informing people of what is legally accessible to them through the laws as they exist. And I think this board has been very clear about that. And that is the intent of this work, is to make sure that all those who are legally eligible to access these benefits have access, understanding that them availing themselves of these services will continue to support the network that we have that supports all residents of Monterey County, regardless of status, as some folks may choose to challenge, and an awareness of the laws as they exist having changed over time with quotas and other systems. The system's broken, and we've said that repeatedly from this dais. And so we can't lean on a broken system to say we should not fix a problem that exists because overall the system is broken. That is not fair to anybody. And so as we move forward here, just know that this will have my support. I have a motion from Supervisor Askew, a second from Supervisor Alejo, who wishes to make additional comments.
I just want to say one thing, just in response to one of the public comments. It always moves me in a really wrong way to hear the disparaging marks on our immigrant community, when every single resident in Monterey County knows immigrants are the backbone to our economy, to our two largest industries, agriculture and hospitality, not to mention childcare, elder care. the people who put food on your table are these very people we cared about. And as was just mentioned, this is following current law in California, people who are eligible, people who pay taxes in a lot of different ways, in the same ways that every other Monterey County residents, they're paying their taxes as well. And it's always better to prevent and keep people healthy early on versus ending up in an emergency room where the cost to the county and to taxpayers is much greater. Treat people early on, give them access to health care so they can prevent a worse situation. That's good for all of us. So I just wanted to speak back on that because I think we all recognize that we value our immigrant neighbors. They're the ones putting food on everybody's table in our county and across America. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Having a motion and a second, I'll ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Again, good work, Vicente. All right. With that, we'll continue. Considering the approval of an employment agreement with Ray Buenaventura as public defender for the County of Monterey and authorizing the chair to execute the agreement, I'll turn it over to Nick Chulos for a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, the board has directed and it has been conducted a very extensive recruitment, evaluation, and selection process, which has led to the employment agreement today with Mr. Buenaventura, which is before you. The employment agreement, essentially the key components of it are that his start date would be December 1st. It would be a 4-year agreement. He would be an at-will employee, and he would be brought in at step 3 of the 7-step salary range for the position. So with that, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Buenaventura, I should mention for those who may be listening, is currently the public defender in Lake County, California. And he comes to us with a vast amount of legal experience and other administrative and management experience and would be a good fit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from the dais? Comments from the dais? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go to the public first. All right, I see a hand up from Catherine.
Hi, I just want to touch base too. I love the immigrants, and I stated that in my comments. We have a problem with illegal immigrants.
On the item.
Illegal.
Just go ahead and turn her off. Thank you very much. All right, then with that, I'll bring it back. I'm going to go to Supervisor Alejo.
I just wanted to say that there was an extensive search here to lead to be the next leader of our public defender's office. I think we found a great choice. I look forward to working with him once this is finalized and to be able to serve the many clients that come through our public defender's office in the future. I think he brings a special skill set, a lot of experience, and I think he will serve the County of Monterey in a very effective way running the public defender's office. Thank you.
And I was just going to make a motion to approve the employment agreement, but maybe, okay.
Motion second. Supervisor Ashe, you had your finger up earlier. Not sure if you had an additional comment.
Thank you. Just wanted to offer a welcome to our newest member of the county family, and just a comment to all of the incredibly hardworking team members in the Public Defender's Office, and all of those who shared your feedback and thoughts and comments and desires for what you were hoping to see in our next public defender. The board deliberated. We really did go through a process to get to this outcome, and we really appreciated and took to heart the feedback that you provided. So I just wanted to say thank you, and we look forward to working with Ray. So thanks.
All right. Any other comments from the dais? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The measure carries. With that, we've concluded item 15, and we'll jump into item 16 to consider a recommendation for the Measure AA Ad Hoc Committee structure. And so I'm going to turn that over to Karina Bukanovic, who's joining us as representative of the CAO's office to make this presentation.
There we go. Good morning. No, good afternoon. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, board members. Karina Bukanovic with the County Administrative Office. The item before you is to consider the Measure AA Ad Hoc Committee's recommendations to dissolve the existing ad hoc committee, establish a standing committee of the board in its place, and appoint the current ad hoc members from Districts 2 and 3 as the initial representatives through December 31st, 2026. This change reflects the long term of the committee's responsibilities, including monitoring revenues, assessing projections, and reviewing projects for total funding, all functions that warrant continued oversight and public engagement. Beginning January 2027, committee membership will follow the board standing committee rotation schedule. Since Measure AA funding and programs primarily serve unincorporated communities, it is proposed that one committee seat rotate among supervisors representing those areas, such as Districts 2, 3, or 5, with the other seat rotating among all supervisors. Maintaining the current members during this transition will ensure continuity of oversight, help refine revenue allocations, and strengthen long-term projections. The members will also assist in identifying or defining, I should say, the standing committee's role and shaping the oversight committee, which staff will bring back to your board for consideration at a future time. This concludes staff's presentation, and the ad hoc committee and staff are available for any questions that you may have.
All right. Questions from the dais. Supervisor Daniels.
So thank you so much for your presentation. I'm just looking at how the seat 2 would rotate. Does it mean it would start with 1 and it would be a 2-year seat for District 1 and then a 2-year seat for District 2 and then a 2-year seat for District 3? Is that how that rotation would work?
We would still have to look at the rotation schedule and kind of make a recommendation on that.
When you do, my only question would be, I hope that the community likes me and is happy and I get to serve a second term. But in case they don't, I just am looking to hopefully sit on this committee at some point in my tenure. I'm just curious how that's going to work. So, thank you.
All right, other comments from the dais? Let's take this out to the public. Invite folks to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline. I see Catherine. Catherine, we'll go ahead and give you 2 minutes.
Hi, this is a question for the ad hoc. I don't know if you're aware that in the state of Arizona, they just did a big ad hoc regarding Arizona Child Protective Services. Unfortunately, I'm an activist now, and it was because they took my infant grandson and they lied to deny me. And we need an ad hoc investigation into Monterey County Children and Family Services. In 2021, Linda Castillo was sued.
Can you take me back to how this relates to the item, please, Catherine?
She's an ad hoc person.
No, that's not how that works. No, please. I know we're trying to get creative here, but we're speaking to Measure AA and the ad hoc.
Shame on you. Don't talk to me like that. So we need an ad hoc investigation into Monterey County Child Protective Services. Every case Linda Castillo ever sat
Okay,
on
we're gonna stop now, Catherine. Thank you so much. This is not on the topic that we're taking up today. All right, with that, I'm going to bring it back. I don't see any other members of the public. Is there a member of the board now who wishes to? Got a motion from Alejo. Is there a second?
Second.
I've got a second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Oh.
Yeah, just wanted to, and this is in line with, I think, my previous comments on our Measure AA funding. I think moving it into a standing committee makes sense, but again, I just want to be very clear that the actions that we're taking in creating a committee, that this committee in many ways is, as general fund dollars, what we're effectively doing is creating another committee that handles a specific pot of money, so similar to the budget committee. And so I think being really clear about what our expectations are for how decisions flow through or how recommendations flow through this committee and or the budget committee, and that those are recommendations that come out of the committees that then have final approval from this board. And I say that because up to $30 million a year, it will be a significant source of revenue. I 100% worked hard to get AA approved and am committed to ensuring that we uphold the promises that we made to the voters. I also recognize that that over time, once we create a standing committee, I don't want to see us in a position where we have where we create a space where $30 million is completely separate from the rest of the budget conversation. I don't think that's beneficial to the county as a whole. So if we're going to be talking about $30 million annually and how that's the policies under which we spend those dollars, I think it would make sense to establish those policies and then hand that to the budget committee so that we're looking at the entire county budget as a whole rather than taking out parts of the county budget and deciding how to spend those in isolation. I just don't think that's good fiscal practice over the long run. So for the short term, I'm supportive of this, but I do think we're going to need to be careful, and I want to be clear that the recommendations that come out of the committee are recommendations that the full board will be considering. So I was on the record with those comments previously. I just want to be on the record with those comments again.
Supervisor Daniels.
Yeah, if I could ask a question then in light of what Supervisor Askew was saying. It's not my understanding, and maybe this is, and I would like to be just some clarification if I'm wrong here, that this standing committee will now be responsible for making all the recommendations for that AA funding, or is the committee going to be responsible for coming up with a plan for how AA fund dollars are used?
Both, right? So the intent has been both the process, which as we've been waiting because we don't know the quantity, but also in terms of making recommendations for how the dollars should be expended, those will be made to the full board through this committee in the long run.
So at least then it does come to the full board, but then my concern, I actually do want to get some more feedback on it because, you know, the way it's set up, again, I wouldn't have the opportunity to participate until 2029, 2030. And so I want to make sure that that's not how this is set up.
So, I mean, as the full board will vote on those, but you're saying upstream of that?
I'm just, so it's a recommendation. It comes to the full board. I would have an opportunity to participate. But in light of this being the first year of one seat that is rotated through District 2, 3, and 5, if you were going in numerical order, that seat would go to 2 for 2 years, for 3 for 2 years, and then to 5 for 3 years before starting again at 2. That's one of the seats. In the second seat, it would go 2 years to 1, 2 years to 2, 2 years to 3, 2 years to 4, 2 years to 5. So my first opportunity would be in the 29-30 year. And so I just want, I mean, it sounds like from Karina that this hasn't been established yet, but if the goal of this standing committee, this new standing committee, is to make the recommendations on where to spend money, I do have some concerns. I would rather maybe come back at a certain point in time where we can have some clarification from this current committee as to the role, because it would be better, I think, and I wasn't around for your early conversations about forming the ad hoc, but I think it would be better to get some clarity on what's going to govern the decisions about where the money's spent versus individual projects.
And if I can jump in, I think that's exactly what I thought we were doing when we formed an ad hoc committee. I thought it was setting up the set of criteria that then would guide how funds were spent, that would be direction to the budget office, not that we're deciding to give to supervisors a pot of $30 million to choose projects on an annual basis. That's not something that I think is good practice or good policy.
So the challenge we have, right, with it being a general tax is as soon as you create a formula, it starts to look like it's not a general tax. There's a caution there, right, in terms of the approach and how we pass the measure. At least in the early conversations we've had around process, wanting to get dollars out and showing progress on those things we committed to the community through the campaign that was undertaken to get this across the finish line, was really to focus on those pieces. Mm-hmm. Right. So I get the concern sort of long run on wanting to see perhaps some more nuance in the type of project we want to see, right, eligible under this funding.
I'll give you an example, and that would be secondary roads, right? Like secondary roads aren't going to be on any list because they're not going to have the the level of traffic that's going to bring them to the top of any of our capital improvement project lists. But we advertise secondary roads quite a bit in the campaign. So it'd be wonderful to hear a policy that when we're going to take a certain amount of money from AA funding in the future for roads, we're going to have a policy that addresses secondary roads. That gives us the opportunity in some of these rural districts to be able to say, look, we've got a policy in place that is going to, in the future, direct some money toward roads that would never be on any list and that we've sort of long written off, right? Because we're actively trying to come up with a way to include them. But I get what you're saying. I think maybe what this merits is some further work from the ad hoc, right, that exists today, to let us know how we can respond to these needs, especially when we had these conversations out in the field during the election.
So I agree. This needs further work on the ad hocs. I think we all realize that, and I think it's it's clear, as Supervisor Asker pointed out, these are recommendations. It just come back to the board. So the board has its own input into that, but there's a lot of things that need to be worked out. And some of these details. In terms of when District 5 would serve on here, if this rotation with one of the seats starts here in 26, that means one of the two seats that are on there for 2, 3, and 5 is only going to be on there for 2 years. And that means that would be 26 and 27, so it would be 28, you would actually be taking one of those seats. Because it starts 2 and 3, there's one's 2 and one's 3. So.
Okay, counting. Well, there was no 24. It started this year, 25, 26.
Or whatever, yes.
We're establishing now, and that was the other question. Do we want to move from ad hoc to standing, right? So that was part of this conversation for us in terms of the transparency as well, because then when you go standing, it's a different process, right? There's more transparency, and you open up the meetings to the public. You go through that process, which we feel we're at that stage.
100%.
And so, again, that's counting this year. I think, then it puts you at 28. Given the
important thing to realize about this is that what makes this really challenging and different from the rest of the budget is that it specifically is allocated to unincorporated, and nothing else in the budget is. So to throw that onto the budget committee and with the oversight committee, it's going to be developed too, is going to create some transparency issues, I think, and some fogginess in terms of direction, which is the reason that we're looking at doing it this way.
Could we experience that right away, right? Because we spent money before this committee has even been stood up. So we've already expended about $5 billion, nearly $6 million of these funds before ever having had a standing committee and having a public meeting around it. And so to me, that's part of that piece around, I do want to see it kept separate and held that way, understanding the commitments that have been made from folks who sit here today and long right. And I get we're still going back and forth on, how much are we actually going to see? We don't know. We've seen estimates. We've seen sort of numbers come in, some mostly lower than expected, but a couple perhaps looking like we had a strong car week and that starting to reflect in numbers. But we don't have, again, a full year's analysis of the figures yet to be able to say, okay, well, if you're committing a percentage, like just to go back to that concept, would that even be an amount that moves the needle, right? And again, till we know that number, it's going to be hard to say. But I think there's always the opportunity for this board, even during budgeting process, to do what we did this year, which is always going to have to, again, come back to that transparency and wanting to call it out and say, are we or are we not touching that? And keeping it separate for that reason is important.
So I'll just wrap my comment then by just saying I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. Like I really do. I think there's some work to be done. I don't know how immediate this is. It becomes a standing committee next year, or is it immediate?
It would become a standing committee, I think, immediately.
Immediately. Yeah.
So, okay, well, good luck.
And I was just going to add that any recommendations out of this committee, this new policy committee, should be double referred to the budget, right? Just like the capital improvements, if it has a financial price tag, it also gets vetted at the budgetary committee as well. And as Chris just said, the other part is we're probably in April, May, and June, well, if we're looking at the next fiscal year budget, we might have to make some decisions there now without even going to the committee. So it's going to be like a hybrid approach, But I do see sometimes when it goes through a committee and then it goes to budget, by the time it comes to us, it's hard. Two members are already committed to that, and we should just be open-minded that if that's not the direction the full board wants, we should just be honest with ourselves that's an option to change or go against the recommendation once it reaches a full 5 supervisors.
Okay. All right, then at this point, I still have a motion and a second, and I'll ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? I'm not sure. Supervisor Ashley, where do you want to be recorded?
I mean, I'm supportive of continuing to move forward. I just want to be really clear that my colleagues hear my concerns about what we're moving forward with. I'm also concerned, I'll just add, that the staff report doesn't include sort of the criteria clear. Most of our committees, we have the bylaws, but the scope of what exactly the committee is going to do that lays that out. So I think that's going to need to come back to us. I think the clear cycle of rotation is going to need to come back to us, and how we figure this out moving forward. I think there's going to be more work to be done here on this. But when we're talking about, that this committee reviews specific projects for potential funding, I think we're walking a line there that isn't fiscally responsible from a big picture for how we manage county dollars. And just for the record, the budget committee looks at all sources, all types of funding that have restrictions on them. Most of the funds in this county are restricted in some way or another. So to say that the budget committee wouldn't be positioned or able to look at funding sources that have restrictions tied to them, I think the budget committee is literally responsible for keeping that big picture in mind and holding the nuances of various funding restrictions in mind as we put the pieces together. So I'm willing to support, but I want my colleagues to hear my caution.
All right, so we'll record that as an aye. Looks like we've got a 5-0 on that. I'm going to use a little chair's prerogative here. Thank you, Karina. And we're going to jump to item 18, referral matrix and new referrals. And I believe we've got a Salinas Train Station Ad Hoc Committee referral, and I'll send that to Nick for a report.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have a referral from Supervisor Church that was submitted to coordinate station upgrades and maintenance, develop tourism strategies, develop economic development strategies, engage stakeholders, and identify funding opportunities. And this would be referred jointly to Randy Ishii and Debbie Palinelli. Debbie for the economic development component, Randy for the facility component or the structural component.
Supervisor Church?
Sure. So this, I'm just trying to think where I should really start at here, but I guess what we'll do is that the train station's in my district. It obviously has a great deal of potential for spurring a lot of economic development, a lot of tourism as we're up and down the Salinas Valley, especially as our other train stations in Pajaro and King City develop. But this is going to be really a hub. So I feel that the city, Salinas, and the county really need to be able to do some cooperation, thinking how we want to promote things on this side of the county from the utilizing of that. And I had an informal meeting with Mayor Donahue, Councilmember Diorigo, Supervisor Alejo, and myself, and we were sitting down, and I was thinking that might be just where it would go, just be some informal meetings like this. But in the discussion we had, it came up that maybe it needs to be formalized in some way. And I've written this a little bit vague because I don't know what direction it's going to go, but I think it's something that has some real great potential for the county. Especially, for the city of Salinas, for the Salinas Valley, for North County, and has an important role to play into there. And what shape it's going to eventually turn into, as I say, I really don't quite know. We have something to really see out of it, but it's an opportunity I think that needs some discussion on its own, and that's the purpose for me putting this forward. Maybe Supervisor Alejo, who has some thoughts on it too, because he was there with us in the meeting.
Yeah, obviously, I think we all been approached by former Congressman Sam Farr and the board, and I think that Sam really posed was, can we envision something greater for our train station? I think the timing of the question is perfect because all of us are members of TAMSI, and we've been working on expanding passenger rail service to Salinas, and the next step, passenger service in Pajaro, and there's improvements we can make to enhance the future rail service, but the plan has to start now. If rail will start here in 2027, 28, it seems far away, but it's really not that far down the road. And I think that's where the thought came in. How could we formalize and strategize working with their city, potentially other partners, where some of these enhancements may be small cost projects, some may be beautification and murals, and others may be greater than that. But I think what we want to envision is that when people pass through Salinas and they stop in Salinas, that we can make our downtown and make our county more desirable place to get off the train and visit and shop and stay here. It's not going to happen by coincidence or by accident. It has to be intentional thought and planning and strategizing that goes into it. And I think that's when Glenn talked about forming a committee, I think that ad hoc committee, I think that's what I immediately saw, that some good ideas could come about it in a collaborative way, and that when rail service comes, we would have already done several works or projects to further and enhance passenger rail within our own county.
And just to point out, 2028 is not very long way because Supervisor Daniels would be on the major AA standing committee now.
Too soon. Supervisor Daniels.
I'm over here doing the math, and I still don't see how you guys get me there in 2028 in my first term. I think it's 2029, but hey. But I do want to comment on just this referral and what Supervisor Alejo just said, because I am 100% supportive that we look forward to the future. And it's been one of the more pleasant surprises that I've had sitting on TAMSI, that we do have this potential for utilizing the rail that we currently have to actually get us north to San Francisco and get us south to Los Angeles in the very near future. And it seems like it's a matter of agreements and ironing things out. And so having the forethought to address that station, which is just something that we should all be so proud of. It's beautiful, it's our history, and it's a huge opportunity. And the day that I did get to visit with TAMSI for the Rail Policy Committee, the work that's already been done on the parking lot and the connection to downtown, I mean, it just seems like there's a huge opportunity for just little effort that we could make major strides, and that could be a real, point where we could, it is an area that folks would arrive to, utilize, and it could just be alive. And the irony of that meeting was I got out of the TAMSI Rail Policy Committee, and there was a tourist who was standing there with her phone, just trying to figure out for the life of her, how to get the next train or bus, when it would be. And there is a lot of bus service that's being utilized in place of rail, and a simple sign on the wall with today's schedule. And currently that would be a bus schedule because it's bus instead of rail run by Amtrak. But just having the schedule on the wall makes it such a more user-friendly place. And instead the door was locked and she was left to her own devices, and I was no help. So I think that there's, with little effort, we can do a whole lot, and with a lot of effort, we can really make that place spectacular.
And Mr. Chair, the only thing I would add is, as part of an ad hoc committee, it'd be nice because the parking lot, it's owned by the city of Salinas. I think the other properties are owned by the city of Salinas itself. So they need to formalize an ad hoc on their side, just so we could kind of align the county and the city, have both taken formal action to form this, and hopefully share the same vision for enhancements at this property.
All right. Also remain supportive and look forward to seeing this come back as soon as possible. We'll open this up for public comment. Seeing nobody coming forward in room. No hands up going up via Zoom. We'll bring it back. Having concluded our referral matrix, we'll go to our CAO's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The department we want to highlight today is the Department of Emergency Management, and there's a number of accomplishments. They're such a critical county department. And just to highlight a few of their accomplishments, the Pajaro recovery, they continue to lead efforts regarding the catastrophic flooding in Pajaro in terms of navigating housing, debris removal, long-term recovery, and showing it really with a lot of compassion to the community. Implementation of AB 102, the $20 million in Pajaro recovery funding. Department of Emergency Management is overseeing the responsible use of the $20 million in state funding that were provided for Pajaro recovery. The Moss 300 structural fire and hazmat response, they've been right at the heart of that response and navigating all the complex issues related to the after action portion of that major fire. In terms of functional exercises, the training is such a key component of readiness for any type of emergency response, and Department of Emergency Management really goes out of their way to create positive and very constructive exercises for training of staff, not only for their own department, but for all county staff who are disaster service workers who may be called to respond to the EOC. They are a very high-performing team. Kelsey Scanlon, the director, likes to say we're small but mighty, and I think that's a pretty apt description. And then last, the disaster service workers, Department of Emergency Management just wanted us to give a shout-out to really what they call the unsung heroes of emergency response, which is, as you know, every county employee is a disaster service worker, and in times of emergency are called on to respond in ways that are outside their job description, and they do it with commitment and grace. So that is a quick overview of Department of Emergency Management. We're very fortunate to have that dedicated department working with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Great report. So now we're going to go to board comments. Start with you, Supervisor Church. You made eye contact. Congratulations.
Got to glance away quicker. I did notice in the resolutions that this is, Supervisor asked you had one for the 50th anniversary of Marina. Back when Marina was incorporated, it was actually part of the North County District, Supervisorial District. And actually, when it was incorporated in '76, my dad was a county supervisor then, and took a big role into it. It has a key to the city of Marina. So I just thought I would just kind of share that. So I don't know how many keys are out there or even where the lock is, but anyway, I got one. Anyway, a couple other things I want to mention is went around here. I guess it's, case everywhere around the country probably where we had these open houses for the fire stations, and I had an opportunity to go to the Aromas and the one for North County out on Elkhorn Road, and it was really nice little events that were good, well attended. I did not realize there were actually so many Jaws of Life tools. I thought there was just one. So it was an educational experience of my own self onto that. And also the mural in Pajaro with Jose Ortiz, who's developing it from Hijos del Sol. It's coming along very nicely, and there was a sort of a semi-opening of it down there and an event on last Saturday. Tonight, I actually am going at 6:30 to 9. There's at the Prindale Grange a meeting on fire insurance with several different knowledgeable officials from North County Fire to insurance people in case people are interested in their fire insurance, which I'm sure many of you are. I know my insurance has gone up a lot. And tomorrow night, 5:30 to 7, I'm having my Aromas Town Hall, and that's at the Aromas Grange. That's one I do jointly with Supervisors Hernandez from Santa Cruz County and Supervisor Kozminski from San Benito. So it's gets 3 supervisors there in the little tri-county area of Aromas. And I guess that will be about it then. I'll let you look for somebody else's eyes.
All right, Supervisor Daniels.
Sure. Whoops. There you go. Microphone on. This week has been a busy week, even though I'm half the week, or I guess it was half the week last week. Last week was a busy week, even though half the week was down in Los Angeles for Memorial. So thank you for continuing to do business in my absence. And I'm sorry I wasn't here, but it was a really good opportunity to be there. It was important. So since I returned, though, I did get to the Carmel River Watershed Conservancy's 25th anniversary, and it was the keynote speaker that night was Secretary Panetta, and it was a wonderful speech about what we the people can do in spite of anything that might be happening 3,000 miles across this nation, and it was really uplifting talk that I'm glad I got to be there for, and to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Conservancy. I also got a chance this week to meet with Emily Freed, the new UC Extension Director. Really enjoyed that meeting, and got to the Carmel Valley Association picnic, which is the one Sunday I do know I have to block out in my calendar, even though I do try to spend Sundays with my family. And on the same day on Sunday, I got to the Wharf's 180th anniversary, and that was really something that was special. I know I have a busy calendar coming up. I don't just remember everything that's happening, but I know there's a firefighter gala that I'll be attending on Saturday, which I'm looking forward to with the Monterey firefighters, and many other things coming up. So, yeah.
Supervisor Askew?
Thank you. I just wanted to announce that tomorrow, October 15th, from 4 to 6 p.m., we'll be having an open house in the District 4 office in Marina. Apparently, I promised that we'd have something delicious to serve folks, and my team was caught a little bit off guard. But we will be having something delicious to serve folks if you want to stop by. We are reminding folks that there's a lot of construction happening around the Marina Dunes area, so please do check our website or the Military and Veterans Affairs website to look at the map to get to our office. Your GPS will lead you astray because of all of the road closures and construction that's occurring, but we would love to have you stop by, bring your questions, concerns. Myself and my team will be available to chat about anything that you'd like to chat about tomorrow, 4 to 6.
Supervisor Alejo.
Great. Thank you very much. Everyone, I had a great time at our CSAC Board of Directors, actually Executive Committee retreat in beautiful Inyo County with our CSAC President, Jeff Griffiths. I was dreading a 6.5 hour drive, but once I got to Yosemite, I realized California is such a beautiful place, and I haven't been there enough. And as we crossed the mountains and went to the other side of the state, also very beautiful. And he treated us, all of us, we walked away very impressed, but gave us the greatest hospitality, and we were treated very well. And even by the residents that we came across, it was a very welcoming place. So really want to thank Jeff Griffiths for giving us such a great time in his beautiful county. I look forward to going back one day. And speaking of him, he will be driving 6.5 hours this way to visit us this Thursday. So I want to thank Supervisor Daniels and Wendy Rudaskew, myself, who will be with him on Thursday. I know our other two colleagues are out of town, but it's always nice to give them a good welcome, and we're going to take them to some interesting places in our county where good collaboration is being done. So thank you for that. For those joining us and the staff that are joining us on Thursday in his visit, we want to show him that we appreciate his leadership, but also to let him see some of the good things happening within our county. This Friday is also, I have my next California Broadband Middle Mile Advisory Committee that I serve on, making progress towards expanding fiber infrastructure throughout the state of California. And I think that's all I have for today. The last thing I wanted to say, I think we're going to do an adjourn in memory of John Edward Lawton at the end, yes. But I did want to say I just attended his celebration of life at the Embassy Suites in Seaside with his loving family. They did a really beautiful ceremony for him, but I'll talk more about him as we adjourn in his memory today.
All right, my turn. At first, I want to open today by thanking Public Works. I know that this weekend, it was all hands on deck folks were called out of vacation and all else to make sure that our drainage ditches, our culverts, our gutters were open and free flowing so that the storms that we experienced here over the last 48 hours were not as severe as they could have been on our community. We know this rain is earlier than typically experienced, and so it meant a lot that those folks were able to come in and get that work done for our communities, keeping us safer than we would have been without their efforts. It really is a show of dedication to our community that yesterday or this morning when we got the report, there was 0 road closures in my district, which took a lot of the rain. I know other districts did as well, but I just really want to send a shout out to those folks who commit themselves to making sure that our communities are as safe as possible during some of these extreme systems. So a lot of appreciation going out to them. I do want to share that I was at Coastal Commission last week, and on Friday we took up the ADU question in the coastal zone and approved that. Patty Crownland was on, and that was I used Butch's words and talking about getting things done in the way that he saw we wouldn't please everybody, but we could together make progress. And so it was an honor to help make that motion. I made the motions, 2 necessary to get that approved, and I want to thank our staff, including Edgar and Melanie from HCD, who logged on to make sure that that got pushed over the finish line on Friday. So congratulations to all those folks, especially the residents from District 2 who called in and were very vocal about it being time. Much appreciation to them for their advocacy. And then on Saturday, I was at the Mission San Antonio fundraiser in King City at the fairgrounds, where nearly $100,000 was raised in the live auction alone, where I was a spotter. That money is going into seed funding for preservation of the mission. We know that the retrofit was a huge lift for our community to get done. We got it done, and now they announced the launch of a preservation fund that would help maintain the facility in perpetuity. And so just want to congratulate Susan Gill, Grace Borzini, and the entire planning committee, including Joan Steele, who helped pull that off. It was an awesome night to see community come together and raise much needed funds for that. I also want to congratulate Tony Alameda, Mark Mason, and all those who put on Hope Harvest. If you haven't heard of Hope Harvest, it's a growing event in San Benito County that it starts with a giant pumpkin competition. And I'm sorry to say, Supervisor Alejo, that my giant pumpkin rotted just 3 days before the competition. I would not have been anywhere on the leaderboard, though. I believe that the top pumpkin this year was around 1,200 pounds, so congratulations to the winners there. But the key thing is all the money raised at that event goes to fight breast cancer, to detect breast cancer, and to find a cure for breast cancer. So I want to thank those folks who put that event on every year in San Benito County, bringing folks together from Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito counties to raise the attention that that issue deserves. And then lastly, I want to share that I will be out the remainder of this week, heading off to New York, where I'll be meeting with partners from Bright Futures, the Community Foundation, Hartnell, and accepting a grant on behalf of our communities for South County and North County, helping to really focus on the needs of our youth who at times are falling through the safety net that we currently have in our communities. And so the effort is a commitment of nearly $2 million a year over 5 years from this foundation to invest in our communities. And so we'll be going back to brainstorm to work with them to see how we can really leverage the resources that already exist, the partnerships that exist, and the real experiences on the ground to make change in our communities for the better. And so I want to thank everybody who's had a part in helping make this possible. I know it's been nearly years of back and forth and explaining what our vision and presenting our data, which is so critical in making the case for our community to have been selected one of 7 throughout the nation. And so I'll be on that flight 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I thought it was tonight. I was just told I got a reprieve, so I'll be leaving first thing in the morning, but heading there with a robust team to tell the Monterey County story. So excited about that opportunity. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a 8-minute break here. We'll return at 3:30 to take up item 17, and then that'll wrap our day. All right, we're sitting right at 3:30, and finally, I get to introduce Vicente Lara, who's going to take us into item 17, supporting and accepting the projects recommended by the Transportation Agency for Monterey County's North Monterey County Steering Committee. Vicente, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. All right, good afternoon, members of the board. Really appreciate the board for carving out time this afternoon. We're going to get a presentation. We're going to hear a presentation from our colleagues from TAMC and some residents from North Monterey County. But before I pass it over to our presenters this afternoon, I just wanted to say a couple of opening words. First of all, I really want to highlight the fact that we've been working with TAMC for some time now. And it's been a really important partnership that I think really highlights the work that we do as the health department and really embodying this idea of health in all policies. Some might ask, why is the health department involved in transportation work? But really, our focus and our lens is about looking at all factors that contribute to health, and that includes the built environment. And so being able to sit down with both folks who work in health, but also inviting other sectors to the table, not just elevates our work, but it really deepens the impact that we have. And this project and participatory budgeting specifically, I think is just a really important example of how we can do that. And the success that we can have when a group of different partners come together and have a common goal in mind and see that process through. So I'm really excited about the presentation today. And I would be... I think it's also really important to just highlight all of the different partners and just, express my gratitude to everyone who supported this process. And that includes health department staff, that includes our partners at Public Works, our colleagues at TAMC, who really spearheaded this process a few years ago and brought this idea to the health department, and I'm really thankful for that. Ecology Action and CCA both played a huge role in supporting this work as well. The school districts in North Monterey County, North Monterey County School District, Unified School District, and Pajaro Valley both played key roles as well. We got a lot of support from their staff in terms of engaging parents and the student community around this work. And ultimately, none of this would be possible without the amazing support from our residents in North Monterey County who showed up and really participated both in the community-wide vote as well as a core group of North County residents who dedicated months to this process, a roughly 9-month process, where they showed up every month to talk about how we were going to, launch this process, which projects to put on the ballot, who, discussing the whole voting process itself, and ultimately coming up with the final project list, which is now going to be presented to you this afternoon. So deep gratitude for all the different partners that supported this. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Amelia Conlon from TAMC, who's going to take it from here. So Amelia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Vicente. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Amelia Conlon. I'm a senior transportation planner with the Transportation Agency for Monterey County, here to present to you on the results of the North County participatory budgeting process. And we were actually planning on having 5 steering committee members present with me today. We're a little bit earlier than anticipated, and so Maria Segura is in the hot seat here by herself, and will be doing the presentation with me, and I will let her introduce herself.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Segura. Soy del comité, soy miembro del comité de rutas seguras a las escuelas. Estuve trabajando con el grupo TMC por 1 año y medio, investigando de qué manera se pueden hacer cambios en las calles de Castroville para que fueran más seguros en nuestras escuelas, los niños caminando y los residentes realmente que vivimos en Castroville. Y para mí fue un placer investigar de qué manera podemos ayudar a nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
Good evening to all. Good evening to all. My name is Maria Segura. I'm part of the committee that worked with Tansy for a year and a half, I'd say, in the Safe Route to School project, a project that seeks the safety for our residents, our school-age kids on the route to school, for them to remain safe on the way to school and back to school. Definitely, we engage in this process with TAMSI to come to the fruition of the best conclusion of the projects that we're going to hand on.
Okay. So this participatory budgeting process is just one component of the North Monterey County Safe Routes to Schools plan. And TAMSI has been working our way through Monterey County with the goal of eventually having all schools covered by a Safe Routes to Schools plan. North County is our latest project, and it covers 11 schools in Castroville, Prunedale, Las Lomas, and Pajaro. We, as Vicente said, could not do this work without our partners, the Monterey County Health Department, Public Works Department, Ecology Action, CCA, and the 2 school districts. And this plan, like our other plans, is funded through a grant from Caltrans, as well as local Measure X matching funds. So this is the overall plan timeline. Yeah.
So if I could, just one clarification, we only have the closed captioning on the screen. We don't have the live translation happening via the headsets for our folks. It's in English as well? Yeah, give us half a second here. Let us switch that over. All set? Test, test, 1, 2, 3, ABC, EFG. That probably doesn't help when you're trying to see if it's English or Spanish, because those are just letters, but we will call it. I'm not going to do the letters again. I'll just start speaking in English and hope that it's translating from English to Spanish on your screen. Via the headsets or in the room? Okay, so I think what we have available is that Jordy can translate for Amelia back over the speakers when right in between that way. Unfortunately, we can't tie into the system because we're missing a component that the interpreters have.
I can call him. I can call the recipient of the interpretation, and then she can hear everything what you're saying.
I think there's several. I think that's the problem, Jordy.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So what we'll do is just if you would do me the favor of interpreting Amelia's comments, if you would give us appropriate breaks in between on slides so Jordy can make that interpretation for you. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor.
That sounds good. So this is the overall timeline for the Safe Routes to Schools plan. We started the project at the beginning of last year. Last fall, we started parent outreach, asking parents about safety issues around each of the 11 schools. And we also did walking audits at each school to observe the morning drop-off and afternoon pickup and talk to school staff about what safety issues they were experiencing.
Esta es la línea del plan, la línea del tiempo del plan en general. Comenzamos en el otoño del año pasado para poder hacer auditorías a través de lo que fue el otoño del año pasado, para ver cuáles eran las mejores rutas y más seguras dentro de las 11 escuelas que íbamos a poder. Tuvimos iniciativa de tener consultas con los profesores y directores de las escuelas de igual manera para ver cuáles iban a ser los proyectos que íbamos a retomar.
And we worked with a consultant, Alta Planning and Design, to turn that list of safety issues into a list of recommendations meant to improve safety, and reviewed that list of recommendations with Public Works staff this past spring. We also have been working with a steering committee, which you'll hear more about in just a moment, over the past year. And we just wrapped up a pilot project, which was a temporary demonstration project of some of the recommendations from the plan in Castroville this past week.
De igual manera, trabajamos en conjunto con un asesor que es Alta Planning Consultant para poder revisar todos los proyectos que se podrían tener bajo revisión para la primavera y la primavera del 2025 y las recomendaciones que tendríamos con respecto a ella. Acabo de terminar un proyecto envolvente, el cual sería una muestra del progreso de planificación que podríamos tener para el proyecto piloto que estaríamos teniendo ya para otoño del 2025.
And our final steps are to develop the draft and final plan. So we'll be back before you next spring to share the draft plan, which will include the full list of recommendations for each school. And we're aiming to have the final plan adopted by June of 2026.
El plan piloto tenemos como objetivo para el otoño del 2025 tener una lista completa de las escuelas y los proyectos que estaríamos teniendo para finalizar el plan final para la primavera del 2026.
So what is participatory budgeting? This is a democratic process in which community members get to decide on how public funds are spent. And for this project, TAMC is providing $1 million in RSTP reserve funds to fund the projects identified as high priority by the community.
Es un presupuesto participativo. El presupuesto participativo es un proceso democrático en el que los miembros de la comunidad pueden decidir cómo asignar fondos públicos. TAMC está proporcionando hasta $1 millón para financiar proyectos, para poder tener el involucramiento de las comunidades.
This is a graphic that illustrates the participatory budgeting process. This is typically done with the steering committee. And the first step is for the steering committee to design the election process as well as the plan for community engagement.
Y esa es una gráfica de lo que sería el presupuesto participativo. Y realmente es la participación por medio de una comisión de conducción para iniciar el proceso y explicar el proceso en el cual involucraría lo que es el toma de decisión en la comisión de dirección de estos planes.
The next step is for committee members to brainstorm ideas for projects to go on the ballot. And in this case, steering committee members came up with projects they would like to see included and drew from the project list that Alta Planning had developed of safety recommendations.
Como miembros de la comisión, ciertamente podría ser un proyecto en el cual tendremos una lista de los proyectos a participar de parte de las recomendaciones de Alta Project, en el cual los miembros de la comunidad quisieran participar para la toma de decisión por medio de una votación.
The next step is for the steering committee to develop proposals that will go on the ballot, followed by a public vote on the highest priority community projects.
El siguiente paso sería para que los miembros de la comisión de conducción pudiesen poner una lista de proyectos a ser escogidos en por medio de la propuesta que ha sido propuestos para ser incluidos en la boleta de votación, para poder tomar una votación en cuáles tenían mayor prioridad para ellos. Y miembros de la comunidad podrían participar bajo votación.
And the final step is to fund the winning projects, and we're getting closer to that with this afternoon's meeting.
Y el paso final sería la apropiación de lo que son los fondos para esos proyectos, y a eso estamos llegando al último paso para poder dar los fondos apropiados para estos proyectos.
So we set about forming the steering committee last spring and really relied on our community partners to get the word out about the opportunity to join. We worked through the health departments, networks, and we got really great support from the North Monterey County School District, which did an amazing job reaching out to parents and families and encouraging people to join the committee.
A través de esta formación de comité directivo, tomamos la divulgación a las comunidades, la presentación a las escuelas y la participación de miembros de la comunidad en esta comisión de conducción de los proyectos a poder tener.
Overall, we had 84 people attend at least one steering committee meeting, and 31 people attended at least 4 meetings. That was our core group. This was a major time commitment. These were 3-hour meetings over the course of a year. So steering committee members really invested a lot of time and effort in this process.
En general, podríamos decir que en el plano general tuvimos la conducción de 84, tuvimos la participación de 84 miembros en por lo menos una de las comisiones de conducción. Tuvimos un grupo de estructura el cual participó en esta reunión, 4 reuniones, por lo menos 31 miembros asistieron a por lo menos 4 reuniones de participación que tuvo alrededor de 3 horas cada una de estas reuniones.
This is a group photo of our steering committee members, many of whom are in the audience today.
Esta es una fotografía en general de la comisión que participó en la comisión de conducción. Muchos de ellos fueron los que participaron y que están asistiendo el día de hoy.
So the first decision that the steering committee had to make was how the ballot should be structured. Because we were working in a large unincorporated area, there were different ways that we could have organized the ballot. We could have put all the funds towards one large project. But what the committee decided to do was to fund at least one project in 5 different areas of North County. And those 5 areas were Castroville, including the high school, Las Lomas, Pajaro, and the neighborhood around Ohlone Elementary, Prunedale, and the areas around Echo Valley and Elkhorn. And the committee decided to create one ballot with projects for each of those 5 communities.
La primera decisión de parte de la comisión fue la elaboración de la boleta e incorporar en ella los proyectos que podrían llegar a tenerse en la boleta. Se podría decir que podríamos haber dicho que solo iba a ir todos los fondos a uno solo de los proyectos, pero la comisión decidió poder dar fondos a 5 diferentes proyectos que fuesen colocados en la boleta de votación, incluyendo Castroville, incluyendo la preparatoria, Las Lomas, Pájaro Middle School, Prunedale y Echo Valley, incluyendo todas una lista de los proyectos de cada una de las áreas, pudiendo dar fondos a cada uno de los proyectos de cada una de las comunidades, de las 5 comunidades.
Okay. The next decision that the steering committee needed to make was how the budget should be allocated between those 5 communities. The steering committee approved 11 criteria that we used to measure the relative need in each of these 5 areas as best we could. And those included median income in the 5 communities. They included the number of students, the number of MST bus routes, whether or not there was sidewalk or bike lanes, along with other factors. And each of the 5 communities were scored on each of those 11 criteria. And this was the result with Echo Valley and Elkhorn scoring the highest and receiving 22% of the budget, or about $219,000. Las Lomas and Pajaro were tied for second with 21% of the budget, about $211,000, followed by Prunedale, and then Castroville scored the lowest. And that was in large part because, for one, Castroville, while the sidewalk network is not perfect, does have more sidewalk than many of these other communities. And because we had a criteria for existing funding for safety projects, and with the Merritt Street reconstruction project and the grant that the county has already received for sidewalks, there are many millions of dollars in safety improvements already scheduled for Castroville.
En la boleta de votación, la Comisión de Conducción hizo la alocación del presupuesto bajo 11 criterios relativos a las necesidades de mediano ingreso, número de estudiantes por cada escuela, rutas de buses, aceras para el uso de peatonal, líneas de conducción de bicicletas. Ciertamente hubieron 11 criterios que se tomamos en consideración. El total de los votos fueron alocados para lo que es Echo Valley y Elkhorn, teniendo un 22% total en un 70 puntos alocados a él, con un monto asignado del presupuesto de $219,000. De igual manera, otras áreas como Las Lomas y Castroville de igual manera obtuvieron alocación de votación. Ciertamente en Castroville tenemos bajo la reconstrucción de Merritt Street la rehabilitación de muchas líneas de aceras que serían utilizados bajo los que son la subvención otorgada al condado para lo que es la mejoría de estas calles.
So after the budget was established, the next step was for steering committee members to choose projects for the ballot. They did a great job forming consensus among the group of which projects were highest priority. And then we went ahead with hosting the election, which took place at the end of April and beginning of May of this past year.
Y después de haber establecido el presupuesto para cada una de las medidas y las necesidades de cada proyecto, se fue establecido las fechas de votación. Fueron anfitriones de las votaciones, ciertamente hicieron el alcance para poder sostener estas elecciones bajo la notificación de volante, carteles y redes sociales para poder asistir a este medio de votación, para que hubiese la participación de la comunidad.
And now I will turn it over to our steering committee members who are here to share information about the election outreach and election results. And I will invite them to introduce themselves as they start their comments. And for folks who are not sitting here, you can come up and use the podium to share your comments.
My name is Sarah
Ahora
Honeyhue.
le entregaré a los miembros de la Comisión de Conducción para aquellos que están acá con nosotros. Ciertamente ellos vendrán al podio e irán presentándose uno a uno.
My name is Sarah Honeyhue. I live in Castroville and I teach at Aroma San Juan Unified School District. Our steering committee members took the lead to inform the community about the election and encourage people to vote. We hung bilingual flyers and posters and banners. We shared social media posts, and we developed videos to promote the election. We also participated in outreach events across North County, including Dia del Niño event, ELAC, and school site council meetings, and the Castroville Farmers Market.
Mi nombre es Sarah Humins. Soy educadora del Distrito Unificado de Aromas. Fui parte de la Comisión de Conducción. Ciertamente, una manera de promoción del evento fue por medio de boletines o afiches, los cuales den de conocimiento a la comunidad la participación del evento de votación. Se hizo alcance por medio de eventos como el Día de los Niños, las reuniones de ELAC, las reuniones del Consejo del Distrito Escolar y otras reuniones comunitarias.
We received 999 total ballots. People could decide whether to vote on all 5 of the projects, or they could choose just the one that was the most important to them. The majority of people used paper ballots to cast their votes, and 260 voted on the computer. And then there were a few more results in Spanish than there were in English.
Bien, recibimos el total de 999 boletas en total. La gran mayoría de las boletas fueron emitidas su voto por medio de boletas de forma de papel. Ciertamente hubieron 260 boletas que fueron de forma digital. Ciertamente de todos ellos escogieron el poder alocar los fondos a uno solo de sus proyectos o en diferentes proyectos de su elección.
Hello, my name is Cecilia Baez, well, Yepes, and I'm here as a community member from Pajaro, and I'm representing Pajaro and Las Lomas. And the slide 12 is for Pajaro. The winning proposal for Pajaro was proposal number 1, which received 264 votes. It includes curb extensions at the school crosswalk near the Assumption Church, Catholic Church, and a study of the ways to make it easier for drivers to turn onto Salinas Road near Alonia Elementary.
Mi nombre es Cecilia Yapes, soy miembro comunitaria del Pájaro y Las Lomas. Ciertamente la votación en la diapositiva número 12, en ellos obtuvo 264 votos en lo que es la extensión de la curva contigua a la Iglesia Católica. De igual manera se han hecho los avances para poder estudios de factibilidad en la extensión para poder hacer los cruces de acera más seguros y más efectivos para la comunidad.
And slide number 13 is for Las Lomas. The winning proposal for Las Lomas was proposal number 1, which received 217 votes. The proposal includes rapid flashing beacons at the school crosswalk on near Hall Elementary, which they go across the street on field trips to a little creek, and they've never had this, so it's very much needed. So that we can have bus shelters also for students on Hall Road and Berry Road.
La diapositiva número 13 presenta la segunda, que fue más votada, la de 217 votos. Esta incluye la instalación de luces intermitentes para el cruce peatonal, de igual manera un resguardo para las paradas de buses, en forma de una glorieta, la señalización de tráfico y tener una mejor intersección y paso en lo que es la calle Still.
And I will share the results for Prunedale.
Good job, Ceci.
Compartiré los resultados para Prunedale.
So the winning proposal in Prunedale was proposal number 2, which received 202 votes. The winning proposal includes more rapid flashing beacons at the school crosswalk near Prunedale Elementary, as well as updated school signage and pavement markings, and improvements for people walking in the Prunedale Elementary driveway.
La propuesta de Prunedale que recibió 202 votos fue la instalación de luces intermitentes más cruces peatonales señalizados en el asfalto para poder mejorar el cruce de peatones y la conducción peatonal hacia lo que es la escuela primaria de Prunedale y en sus alrededores.
Hi, my name's Let Sandoval. I'm a Castroville resident, but a local community member and volunteer in the whole area. Regarding Echo Valley and Elkhorn, the winning proposal was proposal number 2, which received 356 votes. Echo Valley and Elkhorn were our most challenging schools because the highest priority projects, such as sidewalks, were too expensive for our budget. The steering committee chose many small projects that were included in both proposals and asked the community to choose between 2 options for the remaining funding. The winning proposal will fund those small projects and send the remaining $38,000 on matching funds for a roundabout at Castroville Boulevard and Elkhorn Road. The roundabout will help slow down traffic on Castroville Boulevard, making it safer to cross the street. It will also free up space on Elkhorn Road, making it easier to get to school.
Bien, mi nombre es Lidia Sandoval, miembro de la comunidad, parte de la comisión de conducción. En Elkhorn Valley y Elkhorn recibió 356 votos en diferentes proyectos, pequeños proyectos, los cuales decidimos poder financiar, numerados anteriormente. del remanente de los siguientes fondos será conducido a una rotonda para poder disminuir el paso vial de los vehículos para poder permitir a los peatones tener mayor seguridad.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Segura, soy residente de Castroville. En Castroville, la diapositiva que fue más adelante de ganador fue la número 16. La propuesta ganadora en Castroville fue la propuesta número 3, que recibió 244 votos. La propuesta ganadora incluye extensiones de la acera para facilitar el cruce de la calle en la intersección de las calles McDouglas y Preston, cerca de la Iglesia Católica. También incluye señales de luces intermitentes en el cruce de peatonal de la escuela de Union Street en cerca de Castroville Elementary School.
Hi, my name is Maria Sandoval from Castroville. In the slide 16, the proposal received 244 votes. It is to enhance the visibility of crosswalks and extension of the crosswalk in the intersection of McDonald Street and Prescott Street, and to install intermittent light flashing lights to available to availability of the crosswalk from Union Street and McDonald Street nearby the Castroville Elementary School, and nearby the Catholic Church and Union Street.
So here are the total election results of all of the winning proposals. As you can see, we do have some proposals that are over budget, but fortunately the county had some existing funding for school signage and striping projects and was able to cover the overage of $21,500, which allows us to recommend the winning proposals and not have to make any cuts.
Aquí es el total de los resultados de la selección y los proyectos que ganaron los fondos. El condado pudo facilitar el monto que excedió el total de los proyectos que se van a necesitar fondos por $21,500. En esto permitirá poder delinear calles, rotulación y pasos peatonales.
And here is another summary of the election results. So the total cost of the winning proposals is $1,021,500. TAMC is contributing $1 million in funding, and the county is contributing $21,500 in existing funds for signage and striping projects. Of the $1 million in funding, we do have some projects located on school property, and those projects total $218,500. The remaining projects are located on county roadways or are projects that would be implemented by the county for a total of $781,500.
Y aquí es un resumen de los proyectos que han ganado la elección. El departamento de TAMC ha provisto fondos por $1 millón y el condado proveerá los $21,500 para poder contribuir a lo que es rotulación y delineación de líneas en las calles de extensión o cruces. El total de fondos asignados ha sido de $218,000 a lo que son proyectos que son parte de los distritos escolares o están actualmente en escuelas. El total de fondos asignados para calles existentes de parte del condado son $781,500.
We went to the North Monterey County School District Board on August 14th to request approval for the projects located on school property and received their unanimous support. And if the project list is approved today for projects on county roadways, the funding agreements for both the school district and the county will go to the TAMC board next week. And we are asking both the county and the school district to implement projects within 3 years to show a relatively quick turnaround for these improvements to the community.
Bien, nosotros en agosto 14 del 2025 fuimos a presentar a la Junta Escolar del Condado de Monterrey Norte. Obtuvimos un voto unánime de apoyo para todos los proyectos. El día de hoy estamos buscando la aprobación de parte de la Junta de Supervisores en la aprobación de los proyectos que afectan a proyectos que están en calles pertenecientes al condado. El distrito dio su aprobación completa a estos proyectos que están en propiedad de las escuelas. Si es así, la aprobación el día de hoy, STAMSI sostendrá la próxima semana una junta para la aprobación de estos fondos y distribución para estos proyectos que esperamos que en el transcurso de 3 años se tenga la distribución y desempeño y implementación en los siguientes 3 años.
So with that, the staff recommendation is to support and accept the projects recommended by the North Monterey County Safe Routes to Schools Steering Committee and to authorize county staff to schedule implementation of these projects. And that concludes our presentation, and I welcome any questions.
La recomendación del personal y la comisión es apoyar y aceptar los proyectos recomendados por el Comité Directivo del Condado de Monterrey Norte y de TAMSI y autorizar al personal del condado para programar la implementación de esos proyectos. Con esto dado y presentado, estamos a su disponibilidad para aceptar preguntas.
Amelia, I know when we, came to my office, talked about this project initially, we talked about the challenges it would be into a more rural setting with these schools as opposed to the other projects that have been done down in more urbanized South County, where and the cities down there where it was done, and I think that posed a great deal of challenges, but obviously it was able to be overcome, and just really great projects that came out of this. Every time I've had a chance, I've tried to be really supportive of the participatory budgeting process because it's something that I think has shown itself to be really successful. And really, when you really come down to it, it's really direct democracy. It's like the old style New England town halls where people got together and decided how they're going to vote on their budget and for that community. And this is really very much along that line. And I know there's a number of people out here from Pajaro, and with AB 102 and the $20 million that was allocated for that, we did much of the same thing. I mean, I'm going to really, credit the Department of Emergency Management and Kelsey if she's listening and her team, because we held there many meetings. And then at the end of it, people were able to go through and pick out projects that they wanted. So it was much of the same thing. And just as this had such a tremendous turnout, so out there in the community in Pajaro, when we were having these meetings, we're getting 100, 150 people coming. I mean, this is really unique in terms of engagement. So it's the same concept that's going forth here, where people are having an opportunity to express what they want right in their neighborhoods. And I think this is really a model. It's a template really for how local government really needs to kind of grow and expand and go upon here over the coming years, because what's happened is so many things have become so big with big budgets, so complicated. I mean, anything we want to do up here, it takes a study. I mean, you want to put up a stop sign, it takes a study. And it's just, there's money that goes forth. There's all these laws, these regulations that come into play that restrict what has to be done. And there's so many steps involved normally in the way government operates that it discourages so many people. You have to be part of a political elite to be really engaged in how government operates in many ways. What this program does, it cuts through that. It brings in regular people, gives them a purpose, gives them a voice, and you can see from the turnout here that you've had repeatedly that people feel engaged and that they can express themselves, and it just suddenly becomes very relevant. And there's a real lesson to be learned here. It's not just on safe routes to schools. It's on how good government operates. And so, this is a way for people who are not usually always engaged to get engaged, and it really just confirms to me and my beliefs that that when you give power to people, they make good policy, they make good decisions, and we're all better off for that. So this is, I just can't speak highly of it. I mean, the people, everybody that's engaged in this, I mean, the involvement from going to all these meetings, the ideas that they have come up with, in many ways, it's just unparalleled, I think, and so much that I see within government. And I just want to commend everybody who took part in this. I mean, you guys did really a great job in being engaged, and you did, a great job on helping put this together. And I hope this is an idea that can go forth into other ways that we operate in this county, other ways that other agencies operate in terms of getting this involvement. And I know I'm going to be looking for those opportunities as it goes forth. Thanks.
Testing Jordy's skill.
Ciertamente esta es una manera en la cual tenemos el involucramiento comunitario. Ciertamente otros proyectos en el condado sur, que son áreas más urbanas, de mayor concentración poblacional, fueron desempeñados de una manera diferente. Es grandioso poder ver y tratar de ver el proceso participativo de parte de la comunidad. Es algo maravilloso el poder modelar un templete, expandir en los próximos años todo esto que ha tomado ese estudio, realmente llevar a las comunidades el deseo de poder participar en ello. Es ciertamente de una forma de desmantelar esa élite política, la cual corta a través de los proyectos, los cuales le ponen formas de estudios que tienen que ser desempeñados. El simplemente hecho de poner una señal de tráfico pone una cantidad de impedimentos para poder llevarse a cabo. Aquí hemos dado un propósito a los asistentes, una voz, un involucramiento de parte de ellos en buscar seguras rutas de escuelas para sus hijos y la comunidad. Ciertamente el involucramiento de la población se ha confirmado aquí. Es maravilloso poder ver el alto involucramiento de parte de personas que sin paralelo podemos decir que es una nueva forma de poder hacer gobernabilidad. Es una manera en la cual nosotros hemos podido dar el poder a la gente y con conciencia plena han tomado las mejores decisiones para poder mejorar sus comunidades. Bajo un auténtico involucramiento de parte de ellos. Y eso se puede ver aquí en la asistencia de parte de todos ustedes, como han venido acá. Esperamos que en el futuro ciertamente otras agencias de nuestro condado ciertamente pueda copiar y replicar esto que ha sido utilizado por medio de TAMSI y las comunidades que se han involucrado en ello para crear una nueva manera de gobernar, para que los proyectos puedan llegar a la fluidez y al buen servicio de la comunidad. I hope I was fair.
Well done.
Well done.
Sorry about that, Jordan. I forgot you were there.
No worry. I'm not good as Anna taking notes, but
That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, Supervisor Alejo.
Yes. I'll keep mine short. I first of all wanted to thank Tamsi for this process, and I want to thank all the leaders, community leaders who came here today, many who are parents, and to the hundreds who voted in this process. Thank you. For me, this is an example of being able to shape projects and investments in your own community. But in a bigger picture, I think there's a commitment from this board. I know these are just a few projects, but we need to do a lot more of this work to make more investments in the future on roads, sidewalks, lighting, crosswalk improvements in these disadvantaged communities that have historically been ignored. We can't do it all overnight because money is not limitless, but in the future years, I think there's a commitment for us to do that. Here, these projects are in North County. We got many in South County. We got those here around Salinas and certainly in parts of the peninsula as well. So I just wanted to commend everybody for this work. I just wanted to acknowledge the leaders who came to speak here because I know it's hard to do that sometimes. Thank you. I wanted to acknowledge my friend Ceci Yepes, because we go back to our church days as young kids in Pajaro. And here she is helping shape these projects as well. So it's beautiful to see that people that we've known growing up in our own communities, and knowing the people who know that where the needs are greatest in their own backyard. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I hope we will see more of these brainstorming processes in other parts of Monterey County.
All right, Jordy, do your thing.
Supervisor Alejo. Ciertamente es maravilloso poder ver la participación de la comunidad, ciertamente el involucramiento, la inversión y el empeño que han puesto ustedes en esta comisión de conducción, y el trabajo que realmente han tenido, la inversión de parte que se va a tener y que en el futuro podremos tener en estas comunidades que históricamente han estado marginadas, limitadas en el Condado Norte, que han sido olvidadas ciertamente. Reconocemos más que todo a los líderes que han venido acá de parte de la comunidad, muchos siendo ellos padres de familia, personas interesadas por su comunidad. Reconozco a Ceci Yepes, me recuerdo de ella ciertamente en la iglesia de Pájaro, y mi participación cuando era joven en la organización comunitaria. Es bello poder ver ese involucramiento de parte de la comunidad en la toma de decisiones, y ciertamente esperamos, aunque los fondos no son ilimitados, el poder en el futuro tener una mayor inversión de esta manera, con la participación de parte de las comunidades.
Wow, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
Good job.
You got you good. Supervisor Daniels.
I'm going to work on brevity, not many words. I just want to say that it's truly amazing what you can do with $1 million. And when the community participates in this way, it really can be spread amongst very impactful projects. And so this was wonderful to watch. And this is my first time sitting at the dais and hearing about this participatory process as a supervisor. Very exciting. Thank you so much for all the work you did. And I'm really looking forward to many ribbon cuttings. So thank you so much.
Supervisora Daniel, ciertamente es sorprendente poder ver y darse cuenta de lo que puede llegar a ser con $1 millón en una comunidad, el impacto que puede tener en estos proyectos ciertamente, y la participación completa en este presupuesto participatorio de parte de las comunidades. Ciertamente estoy esperando que estos proyectos lleguen a la fluidez de ello y poder participar plenamente en cortar los listones de inauguración de estos proyectos.
I love the Safe Routes to School program. I loved it when we did it in Marina and Seaside when I was on the school board. It was so great and inclusive. It identified the intersections around our schools that were problematic for the kids, but it was also identifying any intersection or street that was dangerous for kids, is also dangerous for my mom, is dangerous for a mom with a stroller. It's dangerous for everybody. And so the concept around having inclusive parents see things that community designers are just not thinking about. And so to be able to identify these projects and have funding to be able to get some of the work started is so exciting. But I think the bigger thing that excites me is that, we did the Safe Routes to School project for Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. We did that back in before I joined, almost 10 years ago. And we're still implementing projects that were identified for safety improvements today, and there's more on the list. So as the city planners, as our public works team, as the transportation agency knows, as they know and they continue to hear where the issues are, where the problems are, and as you help continue telling us what the solutions that are going to work best are, the cycle of continuous improvement will continue, and the safety for everybody will continue to improve. And That's just really cool. So I'm honored to be here to hear your presentation today, and I'm really excited to also, we sit here today with the Board of Supervisors, but also get to serve as the chair of the Transportation Agency for Monterey County this year. And I couldn't be prouder of the staff work also that has supported the community efforts, but just want to say thank you to all, it was 999 people who voted, and to everyone who has just committed to the work, and I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next. So thank you.
Ciertamente les digo que yo ya estaba involucrado en los proyectos de rutas seguras para la comunidad. Amo realmente este proyecto. Cuando se dio en Marina y en Seaside hace 10 años, yo era parte de la junta escolar en ese momento. Fue interesante poder ver el tener rutas seguras para los niños, y no solo para los niños, sino que para mi madre, para una madre que utiliza una caminadora, para cualquier persona que puede estar en riesgo en un cruce o una intersección peatonal, ya sea para ir a la escuela o alrededor de una ciudad. Ciertamente son cosas que cuando los planificadores de las ciudades ciertamente no ven esto, pero ciertamente las comunidades, los cuales son conocedores de su medio ambiente y los que los rodea, pueden identificar cuáles son las necesidades que se pueden tener y obtener los fondos. Todavía estamos, ciertamente, hace 10 años iniciamos en este proyecto y continuamos haciendo estas mejorías para las rutas seguras de nuestras escuelas, ciertamente buscando el involucramiento de todos, teniendo seguridad ante ello y enseñarle a los planificadores urbanos de nuestras ciudades, la participación de TAMS y planificadores, todos, que hay maneras que continuamente podemos tener para tener el involucramiento de ustedes que son los expertos que nos pueden venir a decir cuáles son las necesidades que ustedes ven y tener su punto crítico de parte desde su punto de vista. Ciertamente es algo muy bueno que puedo ver, es algo cool poder ver cómo es que toman pertenencia al estar aquí, tomar esa pertenencia de haber venido acá a poder tener esa participación. Ciertamente doy las gracias a todo el personal, la cual los ha apoyado, a los 999 votantes que tomaron ese compromiso de asistir a votar para poder determinar cuáles eran los proyectos que podrían llegar a beneficiar a sus comunidades. Gracias.
One question for you. I know we haven't had one of those yet. So there was a roundabout featured in one of the slides. Is the roundabout already funded, or it's the small improvements around what will be a future roundabout that are going to be funded?
Una pregunta nada más.
Go for it, Jordi.
Sorry, Supervisors. Una pregunta nada más acerca de la o el redondel o rotonda. Quisiera saber si este proyecto ya tiene los fondos o si ya está en la fluidez de este proyecto, ya se ha pensado. Quisiera saber acerca de esta rotonda o redondel vehicular.
The project that was recommended for funding through this process is a study of the intersection at Castroville Boulevard to see if a roundabout would work there. For many of the projects around, especially the more rural schools, we were only able to take projects ideas one step further. We didn't have funding for an entire roundabout, but the goal is to see if it would work and to see if it would free up more space on the roadway for other safe routes to schools improvements.
El proyecto que se tiene es cerca de la escuela de Castro Boulevard. Ciertamente es un estudio a ser desempeñado de factibilidad de una rotonda o redondel vehicular para poder ver si sería la manera más adecuada de encargarse de lo que es la seguridad vehicular cercano a la escuela. Ciertamente es un estudio que nos lanzaría las necesidades de esta rotonda o redondel vehicular.
All right, at this point, we're going to open this up for public comment. Invite folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom, *9 via landline in order to be recognized or to come forward in room.
En el momento damos apertura para el comentario público, ya sea de manera virtual, por medio de Zoom, o hacer una línea para poder hacer sus comentarios acá en la recámara.
Community. My name is Ana Maria Nunez. I'm a part of the North Monterey County Safe Routes to School steering community. Also, I'm a promoter and part of a really strong leadership in Castroville through CCA. The Supervisor Church knows about it. I joined the steering committee because I love helping my community. And I also always think that the security of our kids to go to school and from school should be one of the priorities in every city. For the past 12 months, I've been working with a group of fellow steering committee members and make connections with people of different areas of North Monterey County. I've been able to do video presentations to invite the community to vote for the different projects and also to tell them that for the first time, they were going to be able to make the final decision. I was also able to go to the North Monterey County U.S. District to do a presentation where the project were approved. It was so nice to see how excited were the community to be able to vote and decide. It was so nice to see how committed all of us were to help all this to get done, even that it was exhausted to be for 3 hours once a month, and that everyone has their own mind, and at the end, we came together for the best of our kids. As a committee member and as a North Monterey County resident, I ask your approval on the recommendation proposals for the North Monterey County Safe Routes to School project. Approving this proposal will mean safer streets and a healthier future for our children, family, and community. Thank you for your time and for considering this important step forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Lennon Ramos. I'm a active leader in Castroville, North Monterey County. And I'm here also, like Ana just mentioned, we've been part of the committee. And like I heard our supervisors, Glenn Church, talk about how interactive this was with the community. As me as a leader, it was very helpful to go to the meetings and make sure our community has the right information, and it's also part of it. And that's one of the things that this model, I hope that we can do it not only on this project, but this is like the first one that we can do for a lot of other ones in schools projects. And so I'm just here also to be part of this, advocate for this decision. I highly feel that our students deserve it. Our teachers, our parents that take our kids to school, and just the whole community, it's going to be benefit. So once again, I'm advocating for it to get approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Ana Luz, and I grew up in Castroville, went to all the schools in the district. Castroville Elementary, back then it was Gambetta Middle School and North County High School. So to me, it was a very, very special experience to be able to participate in something like this. And we started back in, I believe, May 2024 is when we got started. And it was a really enjoyable experience to attend all the meetings because it gave the opportunity for the community to voice its needs. And it was really cool specifically because you got to hear so much insight from all the community members that lived in different parts of North County. North County being so spread out, it gave so much insight to have people representing from different parts of the community. And it was also a very hands-on experience because we were zooming in on maps and trying to have discussions and understand how everything was working and what was truly fair budgeting, especially when we got down to the part where we wanted to split up the different pieces that would represent different parts of North County, as well as what are the infrastructure needs that the community needed, and what are the solutions that could address those needs. We always looking to how we can kind of stretch those dollars with the budgeting we had, and obviously the highest priority needs, because ultimately we want to make sure that whatever we do is going to have the biggest impact on as many kids as possible. So I really enjoy this participatory budgeting experience, and I hope that we get to do more of these experiences in the county, and I can participate when possible. So thank you for making the time to listen to us, and I hope that you can support us in passing this very important opportunity for kids to have better, safe routes to school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Cecilia Baez, Yeppies. And I'm very thankful to TAMC for letting us be a part of this this whole process. Even though everything wasn't funded, that all the needs, because there's so many, but they're on paper somewhere now, and there's a big list of what is needed. So there's hope. And I hope that there's more committees that come up with that let us participate, that show the need that there is in the community. Not only am I a member of the community of Pajaro, but I'm also a mother to a 27-year-old special needs, profoundly autistic man. And there's not many resources for him. Day programs. There was one that served Santa Cruz, Monterey, San Benito, and Santa Clara, and they're no longer taking San Andreas Regional Center clients, which fund that. But anyways, so there's lots of needs, and something like this would be very helpful to the special needs community. But anyways, that's just a little bit of what I had to say. The other thing I have, I made 2 of these. One has already been given out to my supervisor church in District 2, and the other one was going to be to my friend Supervisor Alejo, which is a picture of my my grandmother in Piedad Delgado, which went to church with his grandparents. So I had this for you for a while, and I want to say thank you to both of you guys for all that you have done for my community. Thank you. Yeah.
And that's a picture of the 1930s of some women working on the railroad in Pajaro.
That's awesome.
Buenas tardes, mesa directiva de supervisores. Mi nombre es Micaela Ayala, vengo de la comunidad de Castroville. Soy residente por 25 años. Formo parte del comité directivo de Rutas Seguras a las escuelas del norte del condado de Monterey. Me uní al comité directivo porque mi hermana estaba muy involucrada en este proyecto. Ella empezó a madrugar para chequear las escuelas, los padres dónde se parqueaban, qué era el peligro en las calles y qué problemas tenían las escuelas, y eso me motivó. Cuando me di cuenta que era un proyecto muy importante para la comunidad y para los estudiantes, niños y adolescentes que merecen tener un buen camino para ir a la escuela, yo sé, ya para que caminar en bicicleta o tomar el autobús de manera segura. Como padre y madre residente, miembro de la comunidad, merecemos sentir la tranquilidad que nuestros hijos no sufran peligros. Es importante crear una comunidad más segura y saludable para todos. Desde el inicio de este proyecto, estuve trabajando, visitando las escuelas. Me di cuenta que todos tienen mucha necesidad y empecé a colaborar con mis compañeros del comité directivo, asistiendo en reuniones mensuales para conocer más del proyecto identificar las preocupaciones de seguridad de nuestros estudiantes, dando algunas ideas en el evento del Día del Niño, llenando boletas para la votación con los padres de familia, dando a conocer más del proyecto Ruta Segura. También fui partícipe en un video que se grabó dando información, animando a todos los residentes del condado de Monterey.
Gracias, se acabó su tiempo. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Jordi, you want?
Good afternoon. I was going to help Jordi a little bit. So, good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Micaela Ayala. I'm from Castroville. I've been a member. I've been living there in Castroville for 25 years, and I am part of the Committee of Safe Routes to School of Monterey. I participated because my sister was very involved. She would like to verify the routes to the schools. She would go see where parents were parking. And this motivated me to also join because I saw it was a project, that it was something that was going to be beneficial for our community, and it's going to be something that is going to keep our children safe and having a good route to school where they can walk or take the bus. As a community member, it gives us a sense of peace knowing that our children are walking to schools and that there is not going to be any risk. It is good to have a place and a healthy environment. And that's why I started visiting schools to verify all the needs and also collaborating on the monthly meetings because I wanted to know what were the concerns, how we can help our students transport better. I also participated giving ideas on the National Children's Day. I participated with some voting ballots, and I also was part of the video where we invited people and let them know about these safe routes to school.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Karina Tapia, soy parte de CCA y vivo en Castroville por más de 20 años. Me comentaron sobre el Comité Directivo de Rutas Seguras y sus proyectos por hacer. Me interesó mucho y ahora soy parte del comité desde que se inició aproximadamente año y medio. Estoy aquí abogando por mi comunidad, mis familiares y la seguridad de mis hijos para que todos tengamos rutas seguras al cruzar las calles. Lo que yo he logrado con tener mejor conexión con mi comunidad por medio de dar información de boletas para votar sobre los proyectos por hacer. El permanecer al comité me ha brindado la experiencia de aprendizaje y liderazgo. Por favor, les pido aprueben el proyecto de rutas seguras de las escuelas del Condado Norte de Monterrey. De antemano, mi familia, mi comunidad y yo les agradecemos su atención y por estar aquí. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Karina Tapia, and I am with CCA, and I am part of the committee, of the directive committee of Safe Routes to School. I advocate a lot for the safety of our children, so they can have a better route to school. I also am an experienced leader, and I wish to be able to secure this project. And I please ask you to please approve this as a mother, as a family, and for all the community to please approve this project of Safe Route to Schools.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Adrian Ayala. I'm a community member in the area of Prundale. That's the area that I was working with also, and also a member of the CCA. The first thing we learned with all the meetings we had is that 1 million wasn't going to be enough for all our desires. Thank you to Emilia and the group that guide us to spend the money as much as we could, and also no stopping us for dreaming. We put a lot of ideas in the project, even though we knew some of them wouldn't be able to provide enough funding. But even then, I like that that give us that freedom of putting more ideas, because hopefully in the future there will be more funding. So the project and the ideas are there, waiting for when they having more funding. So that was great. I really love and enjoy that. That wasn't something that put us into, okay, you only have $1 million to work on. It was, okay, you can extend it, and we'll see how much we can get it to go. So thank you for that, and also the idea of being able to incorporate all the communities. Like I said, 1 million wasn't enough, but even then we work in Castroville, Prondale, the area Echo Valley, and all the way to South County in Pajaro, where there is a lot of need in there. We learned a lot. We learned more about our needs, especially on the South County and other areas that sometimes we didn't know. And that was all thank you to the parents and the input they give us. And some of them put in a lot of hours coming out of work, like me. I got here late because I was flying, trying to get through the traffic, especially in Castroville right now that everything is going on. So that didn't help, but I'm glad that we're working on it, and hopefully for the future it'll be a better, safer routes. So I'm here just to ask for your support, and I'm forward and willing to continue working on more projects to improve our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. One correction, you weren't flying, you were driving safely as possible.
I'm sorry, I was driving at the speed limit, respecting every single stop, especially in Castroville.
That is right.
Thank you.
Good clarification. Okay, I do have one hand up via Zoom, and I see a Norma Ayala. Norma, we're going to give you the floor. You should have the ability to unmute yourself and share your comments. Norma, ya tienes la oportunidad de quitarte de mute para compartir sus palabras. Ya tienes esa capacidad debajo de Zoom si quieres quitar el mute.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Norma Ayala. Soy residente de la comunidad de Castroville por 26 años y formo parte del comité directivo de rutas seguras a las escuelas del norte del condado de Monterey. Desde abril del 2024, me uní al comité porque me pareció importante el proyecto por la seguridad y bienestar de los niños y las familias de las comunidades. Yo participé opinando y ofreciendo ideas para mejorar los proyectos, el comité e involucrando a miembros de todas las comunidades del norte del condado, así como visitando todas las escuelas, hacer auditorías y mirar las necesidades y peligros que hay en cada una de ellas, ya que los padres debemos tener la tranquilidad que nuestros hijos no corran peligro y tengan un camino digno y seguro a las escuelas. Informamos a las comunidades de cómo podrían involucrarse, participando y votar por los proyectos sugeridos por el comité. Esta información se dio a conocer por medio de videos, volantes, eventos escolares y los comunitarios, en los que fui voluntaria. Tengo un hijo en la primaria, otro en la secundaria, lo cual me motiva para seguir participando en proyectos como este. Les pido su aprobación de las propuestas recomendadas para los proyectos de ruta segura a las escuelas del norte del condado de Monterrey. Aprobar estas propuestas significaría calles más seguras y un futuro más saludable para nuestros niños, familias y comunidades. Gracias por su tiempo y por considerar este importante paso adelante. Gracias.
Usted, Norma.
Good evening. My name is Maria Norma Ayala. I'm part of member of the residents that joined this committee. I have been a longtime resident of Castroville for 26 years. I joined the board because on April the 21st, 24 and 2024, I saw the well-being that could be done for kids, families, and it was important the participation of the project as the community seek to improve by adults and community members the well-being of our kids. I did audits, visit schools, see the improvement of the projects, assess the need of the projects in the schools. And as a parent, I see it imperative that we are able to feel safe and not to have the concern of the safety of our kids. Meanwhile, they go to school, come back. Definitely as a mean to participate in the community, in public events. It is a thing that I was able to engage in the process of spreading flyers, doing the outreach of my community, prepare the voting ballots with the projects that have been come forward, and to implement and to be able to come to the fruition of the implementation of them. I have a kid in the elementary school and one in middle school, and as projects to be part of this, it is a way to find the safe route to schools in the North County and be able to participate, and maybe in the nearby future to have more funds to be able to expand to other projects throughout our community.
Thank you, Jordi.
For the well-being of our kids and our schools and families.
All right, I don't see any other hands up, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back. And before we have a motion and vote, nomás les quiero compartir de mi propia voz que me llena mi corazón de fe y alegría que están aquí hoy para compartir su mensaje, para pedir los cambios que quieren ver en su comunidad. Este proceso empezó en el sur del condado, pero en un pueblo único. Traer una oportunidad como para cambiar toda una región en el norte del condado fue algo que yo pensé iba a ser difícil, pero a ver todos aquí sentados juntos, hablando con su propia voz, diciendo tenemos soluciones, tenemos ideas, tenemos sueños y tenemos dirección, es un logro grande para nuestra comunidad. Gracias por usar su voz, por ser la voz de su comunidad y usar este ejemplo como un lugar a empezar a traer ese cambio a su propia comunidad. Es tan importante para cada persona que está viendo hoy o que va a ver esta junta por internet en los días que vienen, que vean que nuestra comunidad tiene voz y que aquí en este cuarto pueden traer el cambio, ¿verdad? Quiero agradecer al Departamento de Salud, más el equipo de TAMSI que les apoyó en este esfuerzo. Y ojalá, como comentaron muchos, ese nomás es donde empezamos a traer más oportunidad a la comunidad para usar su propia voz a traer esos cambios que ya nos están diciendo son importantes o que son los más importantes en la lista que han creado para su propia comunidad. Y como dijo más temprano la supervisora Askew, es empezar no nomás, pues ya tenemos lista y ya se acabó el trabajo. No. Cada año visitar otra vez esa lista y decir, la vamos a cambiar porque sabes que pasó aquí, que pasó allá, o que fue inundaciones, o que fue un cambio, una nueva casa. Todos esos pedacitos es como viven estos documentos y siguen trayendo el cambio después de cuando nosotros ya movemos a otro pueblo, que ya nos encontramos otro lugar, ¿verdad? O que nuestros hijos ya crecen. No podemos dejar ser parte de ese proceso. Es un honor estar aquí. Yo sé qué va a pasar porque yo ya escuché de mis compañeros acá arriba que tienen el apoyo de esta mesa directiva. Pero les quiero decir gracias por estar aquí, por traer su voz. Yo sé que es difícil estar aquí antes de las 5, que tienen familias, que tienen niños, que tienen responsabilidades en la casa, que se hace difícil llegar aquí a Salinas. Pero hacer este tiempo para llegar a compartir es muy importante y gracias por hacer eso y enseñarnos que es posible. Gracias. So I'll quickly just translate myself so I don't overwork Jordi and say thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing your voice to the table, for being part of the change you want to see in your community. The list that you've created in terms of projects that you want to prioritize have to continue to live. We can't say that these lists have been done and they are complete and forever good. We know that it is a struggle for folks to join us in these meetings at times, but for you to show up today and use your voice and speak up for a community shows us that you take this seriously and that it matters to you. And that's why we expect and hope that you will continue to give input to future lists and this list, not to let them be a dead document, but a living document that continues to speak up for your community and set priorities so that it makes it easier for us to fund them as you bring them forward. It's important to use your voice for yourselves, for your community, and all of those who look to you now as an example. As a process like this was started in South County, I showed it's easy because you deal with one community. It was tough for me even looking at it from the outside to say, how are you going to bring together a region with distinct personalities like Castroville, Pájaro, and all these little communities with so much pride? You guys are here standing together saying we all support this concept together, and that is important. So keep working on the list, keep that list alive, because I know that there's going to be people watching this on Zoom, whether today or on the government channel running on repeat for the coming weeks, and they're going to see you as an example of how it is done. So thank you for taking the time to be here to share with us and to use your voice to make good. As I shared, I think it's going to pass, having not counted votes, but heard the comments from my colleagues on the dais, and it's going to be an honor to support that today. So I just wanted to share that with all of you. And I hope you enjoyed your break, Jody. I'll bring it back to the board. I'm going to go to Supervisor Church.
I'd like to make a motion, enthusiastic motion, to accept these recommendations and authorize their implementation.
Hacer una moción entusiasta para aceptar esta recomendación.
So we've got a motion from Church and a second from Alejo. With all that, I will ask those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. Fue aprobado. Felicidades.
Can we tell all the people in the room that it's your birthday?
Podemos decir a todos que es su cumpleaños el día de hoy.
Es mi cumpleaños hoy y no hay ningún otro parte del mundo donde quiero estar hoy, pero aquí con ustedes aprobando esto porque es tan importante. Felicidades a ustedes.
It is my birthday today, and no other place in the world I would like to be today with you all approving all this. Thank you.
Gracias. A ver, ¿y las mañanitas? No, ahí lo dejamos. Gracias. No. Gracias. Pues ya fue aprobado y ya acabamos con eso. Gracias por todo. Y chiqueado el niño, ¿verdad? No, gracias por todo. Okay, pero to finalize today's meeting, we do have an adjourned in memory of, and so I want to turn that over to Supervisor Alejo. I'm sorry, we're going to read out from closed session first.
No reportable action.
Then we'll go to Supervisor Alejo.
All right, I think our clerks are putting up an image. Before I do our adjourned in memory, I did want to just express my deepest condolences on the passing of the father of my longtime staff and good friend, Javier Gomez. His father, Senor Isaías Gomez, passed away in the presence of his family in Hollister. And I will bring back as adjourned in memory next week because I don't have his biographical information, but prayers for my staff, Javier Gomez. So we have this up? Okay. So today we are adjourning in memory of a decorated World War II war hero, a merchant marine, John Edward Ed Lofton. He was born on October 13th, 1921, and passed away last May 21st, 2025, at the age of 103. And his family just celebrated his birthday this past weekend because that's the way he would have wanted to celebrate, as they had amazing celebrations for the last 10 years. And he passed away in Hollister because he was living with his amazing granddaughter, Betsy Mount, in his last years. So I wanted just to read that we are adjourning to celebrate the extraordinary life of John Edward Ed Lawton, a beloved father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and proud member of America's greatest generation. He was born in 1921, came of age during the Great Depression, and when his country called during World War II, he didn't hesitate to serve. At just 20 years old, he joined the United States Merchant Marines, sailing across perilous waters aboard the Lafayette Victory, transporting Marines and supplies in support of the Battle of Okinawa. His ship was later sunk in the action, yet even then, Ed courageously helped save the lives of several of his shipmates. 11 others lost their lives that day. He was part of a generation of quiet heroes who didn't seek fame or glory. They simply did their duty, upheld their values, and helped preserve freedom for the world. When the war ended, Ed returned home to the Salinas Valley, ready to build a new life grounded in faith, family, and love. While attending Salinas Junior College, now Hartnell College, he met a young woman named Lorna Louise Queber on a bus ride. That simple encounter became a lifelong love story that lasted for more than 70 years. Together, they built their home in Soledad with Ed's own hands, raised a strong strong and loving family and became deeply rooted in the community. Ed worked for over 35 years with major farms and lived his life with quiet dignity, integrity, and humility. Through his military service, often went unrecognized. Though his military service often went unrecognized, the honors eventually came. The Convoy Medal, the Congressional Gold Medal, and even invitations to the White House and the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. In 2024, this Monterey County Board of Supervisors declared John Lawton Day every November 12th in Monterey County so that future generations would remember this Salinas Valley hero while he was still with us to receive the recognition he so deeply deserved. Ed lived to the remarkable age of 103, and today, or yesterday, on what would have been his 104th birthday, we remember not only his courage in war, but his devotion in peace. He was a man who loved his wife, his family, his country, and his community. May we honor him by living as he did, with humility, compassion, and steadfast love. With that, this Board of Supervisors adjourns in memory of John Edward Ed Lawton, and who is reunited with his beloved Lorna, and forever remembered as one of the heroes who helped shape our nation's greatest generation. With that, we adjourn in his memory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.